He is out on assignment somewhere probably near a golf course, I believe, if he's not putting out fires left over from 10 Barrel last night.
He had a whole thing. Maybe he's attempting to buy Mount Bachelor. The bottom line is that guy doesn't work on Fridays. He's on the Summer of Swag program. So
yeah,
it's good. It's good to be Isaac Ropp.
The Summer of Ropp when it's not even supposed to be.
I think he's in a member guest. I think that's what he's doing. I think he's out at Black Butte or something.
Better pull his weight.
Yeah, Ropp's a stick. Like Ropp likes to.
That's what I've heard.
Yeah, he likes to do the. I
didn't play great. I'm not playing very good. I'm not very good.
I think he's like a 3. He's like
That's
a 3 or a 4.
Yeah,
it's like his only exercise that he gets. He goes out there and plays some old man golf, which is good. It's the one sport you can keep playing deep into your I guess deep into your life. What else can you do? Unless you want to be one of those weird old dudes like running races. See that way they have like the geriatric games, like some 85-year-old man, he's like hobbling across the line.
Have you watched those ones where like the 80-year-old division does like the 100-meter dash?
Yeah, it's like crazy.
It is. It looks more like race walking than it does.
Well, I mean, you're not really running, but again, when you're that age, it's like, is anyone going to tell you that you're not, that you're not out there getting it done? I mean, you just look at aging in general. The fact that you're not dead at the age of 85, let alone you're racing and running, good for you.
Yeah, the people, I mean, we know that people who stay active live longer. That's the way it works, which is funny because, I don't know, I saw it come up on the Vancouver Ford text line yesterday when we were talking about all of Ropp's trips to the bathroom. And and one person on the Vancouver Ford text line suggested that part of the reason that he has to go so much has less to do with how much water he's drinking, but more the fact that he never sweats because he never exerts himself doing anything.
The best part about Ropp, too, is that he, like, anything that involves exertion, not only does he refuse to do it, but he makes fun of those people that do.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it can be really simple.
Yeah.
You walked around your neighborhood without a dog?
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah. The idea of working out to Ropp, like, he always does these weird... They're not even backhanded compliments. He just thinks that like working out every day is stupid.
There's an ultimate like, what's the point? To him.
Yes.
It is.
And then like
I used to be a runner, right?
Yeah, and then he'll be like, "Oh, look at you, high T, bro." And I'm like, dude, going to the gym doesn't make you a high T, bro. Just makes you someone that doesn't want to be an old fat ass. And he's like, whatever. And then he goes and plays golf. Like he is just anything that is remotely masculine. Is just like it's an affront to Ropp. And he's not like you'd think like you always hear like the soy, but he's not. Like Ropp is not like that. But if it is masculine, Ropp finds it ridiculous.
But it's not just masculine because it could be something that doesn't seem super masculine that he doesn't understand the point of. Like, I mean, like whatever. Like it could be rhythmic gymnastics. Yeah. He could be like, why would you do that? Why would you?
He's a strange man. He's a strange, complex man, but we love him.
He's not complex. He's just old. He doesn't like things that he doesn't understand, and he's old enough now that he doesn't have to pretend like he likes them. Like I'm young, I have to pretend like that I can see why certain things. There could be merit to them. There's no merit to rhythmic gymnastics, but I'm not old like Ropp, so I can't just dump on it.
Ropp has embraced, and it's like, I understand that I'm old as well. And I don't necessarily, I don't fight being old. Like, I'm not going to dye my beard. I'm not getting a toupee. I'm not trying to...
that looks sweet though.
Yeah,
you totally should.
Get an Agassi one like Andre had.
You should get a real bad one.
Well, someone asked me the other day because like I'm getting whiter and whiter. Like there's
you and me both.
Yeah, there's a lot there. So every now and then someone will be like, "Oh my God, you're," and I love how they just announce it. Like someone will just be sitting there looking at you and be like, "You are really getting gray." You're like, "Thanks, man."
If I walked up to you and said, "Hey, you're really getting fat," I mean, like what?
That's usually my response to. I'm like, "Hey, dude, those man boobs are looking really good. Those things are sweet, great, congratulations." And then they're like, "Oh, like it's the same thing, dude." But they'll ask me like, "Are you gonna die?" I said, "I would rather die than dye my beard. That ain't happening." But at the same time, and I'm not going to go out and try to like find out what the young kids are like listening. Like me and Will are never going to a concert together and being like, yeah, bro.
I don't know. You could both probably rock at the Foo.
Like, I'm not trying to go to some like hip band that like my son listens to. If my son's going to a show at the Roseland and it's a band that I've never heard of, I don't belong at that show. I just know.
Okay.
What band?
Oh God, he listens to stuff that I've never even heard of. He's like, "Hey Dad, can you get me tickets to something?" I'm like, "Yeah, what is it?" And then he'll throw out, and I'm like, "I have no idea what that is." And he'll just be like, "Yeah, you wouldn't."
Is he going to Suicide Boys? What's going on here?
Just some of and it's I've never they're like the most ridiculous names. I'm like, hey man, have fun. I don't belong. In fact, once I got put on a list, and so I had to go and instead of getting physical tickets, they're like, hey, we'll throw you on the list +2. So I had to go to the Roseland and then like use my ID, and then they stamped our wrists. And I'm trying to remember the name of this band it was God, it's something that you would be like, yeah, I don't belong here. It's like Pink something or other. This is like my old man moment. I can't remember what it was.
I mean, I don't have the hip bands in my back pocket either, so
But
I'm the wrong
I
person
walk
to-
into the Rose, and so I meet my son and his friend, and so I'm like, hey, you got to come in with me. And so we're walking in here, and I'm looking around, and I've never felt more out of place in my life, because I was coming from work. I think I was wearing like a button-up shirt and some slacks or something, and just looking around the crowd, immediately every one of those kids was like, "Who's the narc?"
And you're like, not. Oh, I'm so like a sore thumb on the seat.
Just I could not have been more out of place. So I went up to the lady and said, "Hey, here's my name." She goes to stamp my wrist. I was like, "No, no, no." I'm like, this is for these two. And she looked at me and she even goes, "Yeah, I didn't seem like this was
okay.
your crowd." So
Heads up.
like I will never do that, but at the same time, I refuse to go out like a feeble old man. That ain't happening too. And that's the thing is like Rob gives me crap. He's like, "Why do you fight?" Because I don't want to die. I don't want to be the guy that's shopping at Costco. I just don't. If that's your deal and you want to quit and you want to buy all your clothes at Costco and you want to be an old curmudgeon, be my guest. That ain't happening. Like there's just certain things I'm just not willing to do. And maybe someday it will, but I will fight getting old in that aspect. I will not become a feeble old man. But at the same time, I'm not dyeing my beard, I'm not getting a toupee, and I'm not going to hip young bands. There's a balance that you strike there.
I bought a pair of pants at Costco yesterday.
Of course you did.
They were Banana Republic.
That's how it starts.
If you saw Banana Republic in a mall, you would shop there. But instead, their chinos came to me on a pallet, and they were $16.99.
After the show yesterday at 10 Barrel, these two bros came up to me, and they were like, "Oh, man, we love your show." And I just looked at them, and they were wearing the same polo, the exact same one. And I was like, "Dude, that's cute. Like, you guys plan that?" And they're like, "I know." And then they both looked at me and go, "You know where we bought them?" And I said, "Don't tell me Costco." And they're like, "Costco." I was like, "Greg Norman?" They're like, "Yeah." And I was like, "You guys feel ashamed?" They're like, "Yeah." And I said, "See, that shame you feel right there, that should be worth more than the $9 you saved by buying that shirt at Costco."
Well, speaking of the matchy, Suk was so embarrassed by me and Ortner. I walked in today first. Ortner's here before either of the two of us. I walk into the studio, and Ortner is wearing a black, well, it's a polo shirt,
Yeah.
but a black short sleeve shirt.
Plain black.
I am wearing a plain black short sleeve shirt. And who rolls in at right about 2 o'clock, turns the corner, and goes, "Oh, no, I'm not doing this." Suk wearing a plain black shirt. We continued to converse for some 20 or 30 minutes before he disappeared. And when he came back, no longer wearing the black shirt because he's embarrassed to look too cool like me and Will.
Classic Will Ortner trend setting. You two following along. I see your white shoes over there trying to copy my white shoes.
Immediately I did. I went out to my car because I wasn't certain when I left the house this morning. It was a little it was a little rainy. So I brought a long sleeve shirt just in case. And the moment I saw you two chuckle butts wearing,
I look good, whatever, man.
We look
black
great today. I
We
think
do
we all
look
looked
good.
great
We
today.
look good. Not him.
He did.
He's too
he
soft
did until
to
he
look
put on
good.
this thermal hoodie thing.
He's too soft to look good. He's
And
got to
by-
go off on his own thing.
yeah.
Got to
By
be
the way,
special by himself.
it's too warm right now in this studio to be wearing this long
Yeah,
sleeve.
you're sweating right
the
now.
black
aren't you?
tea's
I don't
coming.
care. It ain't happening.
That's right.
Look, it's one thing if we're going two samesies, but we're not going try. We're not going the menage a trois samesies.
Yeah, we
we're,
are.
we're not.
Oh, yeah, we are.
No.
You were the one in here last. I think it's your fault you match us.
It's not happening. Yeah, because every now and then me and Rob will pull that off. We show up, I'm like, "Damn it."
Mm-hmm.
And then, you know.
Yeah, and it's actually it's probably once or twice a month. I mean, at least especially when everything is shot from like the torso up. Like you guys will wear the same color shirt and sometimes hats at the same time.
Yeah, I know. It's a little like, damn it. Yeah, we got these. We went to the Maurice Lucas Foundation golf tournament, and we both wore them on the same day once. It was like,
Oh, that's beautiful.
yeah. Well,
Because then you can't really even change that unless you got something else in your bag.
No, then you're just kind of you're stuck with. I took mine off. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna take mine off. I'll be bald. And then like it's like the BTJ. She always wants to go samesies with me. Like I'll buy a pair of shoes. She's like, "Oh my gosh, buy me a pair of those." I'm like, "No." She's like, "Why?" I'm like, "Because we're not wearing the same shoes." She wants to be that couple. She wants to be samesies like couple,
Oh,
and I'm just
Oh.
like, yeah, no,
So you know who I know that does that?
under no
Bad.
circumstances.
bad.
My brother with his 3-year-old daughter.
Yeah, you,
They ever for her birthday every year they get her a new pair of Air Force Ones, and my
Yeah.
brother gets ones to match.
yeah. Well, at least then with
That's
the-
a little
that's
cute.
a little cute. It's like
You don't
your
want to
little-
do with your
little
significant
3-year-old.
other.
No, like I'll go. You know, when my kids were little, yeah, we used to have like. Is my son, you know, Iserman. Like we had like Iserman jerseys,
Oh,
and I
sure,
remember
yeah,
like
yeah.
wearing those.
That'd be cool, yeah.
You know, we had that, or you know, that's one thing. But dude, if your gal out there is like, let's dress alike, no, and she gets so pissed at me, and I don't care. It ain't happening. She's like, well, you said it'd be okay if we wore the same shoes. I was like, no, I didn't. That never came out of my mouth. Yeah, she's always trying to do that. And it's like, what is this need to match? There's just again some lines that you shouldn't cross. One, buying your pants at Costco. Two, don't go samesies with your missus.
I still disagree with the first one. If it's the right brand, you go for it. If it's Glacier whatever and it's $7, but Banana Republic, I bet you've shopped at a Banana Republic before for a t-shirt or a pair of pants.
I'll say it right now again because my Costco stance is very controversial, and Costco bro gets very mad at me. Right? He gets pissed. Here's my thing. If you found a pair of pants at Costco that you like, fine, whatever. But that's my point is that's how it starts. Like we all know the old guy. It's probably your dad. When you look at your dad and you think to yourself, how the hell did he get like that? Because you see photos of your dad when he was younger, right?
Yeah.
And he seems fairly put together,
Sure.
hopefully.
Yeah.
And then you look at him, you're like, how does that happen? You know how it happens? Costco. At some point in your 40s, when you're not paying attention, you're like, hey, look at this. These they start you with Banana Republic, Buck. And then next thing you know, you're buying Glacier Bay, and then you're buying Hang 10, and before you know it, you're wearing Spalding shoes. Before you know it, you're like, well, these Spalding sneakers
Spalding makes shoes.
Oh yeah, and they sell them at Costco.
I've been avoiding
That's how it happens.
I've been avoiding the Skechers there for a while.
Exactly.
Ooh, lace ups.
See? Before you know it, you're in some Skechers.
But you know who was wearing Skechers?
And then you're Tony Romo.
Joe Montana.
Of course. You know how much they and here's the thing. If Skechers I get that one too. If they paid if Skechers pays me $1 million, guess what? I'll wear some Skechers. But they're not. You're paying Skechers. Skechers is so bad, they should be paying you to wear their shoes, not the other way around. And that's where it starts. They get you with some decent Banana Republic pants. Next thing you know, Skechers shoes, right? Now you're wearing some weird off-brand slack, probably Hang 10 or they're 32 degrees. And then next thing you know, quarter zip, and guess what? You're your dad.
I will say I got some of the 32 degrees boxer briefs. Not a fan. Those weren't good. I almost everything at Costco is good. And by the way,
right here, I'm 38 and I just entered my Costco phase. Exactly. Fight it. Fight it.
This person says
there's still time.
Sook, same polo bro here. Buckley, I got those gray Banana Republic pants for work, but wearing a real polo today.
Thank God. Just fight it. It's okay. It's okay to draw a line and be like, not today. You know what was that the Game of Thrones, right? What do we say? Not today? Not today, Death?
Not to the day to the Lord of Death
Yes.
is the equivalent of going and buying shirts at Costco?
It is, because that's how it kills your soul. That's how you die a little bit inside every single time. Until, Will, you're a teacher.
I don't buy Costco.
You're telling me you don't see that dad that comes into the parent-teacher conference with just dead eyes, dull eyes, just shark black eyes rolled back into his head, and guess what he's wearing? He's wearing Costco clothing and a quarter zip and white socks and bad Skechers sneakers, and his wife has his balls in his balls are in his wife's purse, and he's just trudging through another day.
This is really making a progression that I'm not so. We're going down a road now.
That's how it
No
happens.
comment on if I've seen that at the schools.
He sees it
I
all
plead
the time.
the fifth. No comment.
And I'm trying to do a public service out there to say it's okay. It's okay to tell the agent of death, to tell the Lord of light, I'm with you, not today, Death. Maybe someday down the road, Skechers will get me. Maybe someday the Costco quarter zip will get me, but not today.
Coming up in the club later, I have reviews of over 145,000 Costco shoppers. I have the favorite Costco snacks. So we will.
Well, that's different.
We will make a divergence to that
Yes.
later.
Costco makes
But
a
right
great
now,
spicy bar
but
mix.
right now, Vancouver Ford text line just got in the car. I'm wearing those Banana Republic pants from Costco. I'm only 30. And then we have Skechers Defender coming out. Skechers are great for doing yard work and
bad.
stuff.
Don't.
Then the $20
Don't.
Skechers at Costco are great for gardening
No.
shoes. Yeah,
no,
I won't
That's
go
so
there.
bad.
No.
I normally push back against Sook's clothing takes, but I'm not going to push back on that one.
It's brand dependent. If you found a Nike Polo or a Banana Republic pant, you
no,
buy it.
No,
Yes,
that's
you
how
do.
they
Shoe
get you.
Classic does great job.
They lure you in. It's like a Venus flytrap or one of those angler fish deep down in the sea. You think you're like, oh, this is a great deal. I would never buy the other. And then next thing you know, from Nike to Skechers.
They probably sell the exact thing that you're wearing right now, like a thermal hooded generic gray black. And you know what?
This is Volcom.
It would look very similar.
No, I wouldn't buy
It
it.
might have a Hang Ten logo on it.
Not happening. Not doing it. We're getting right now. Quarter zip Costco on me right now.
These are all fine individuals, Jason. They love their lives. They're happy.
Yeah, until you catch a glimpse of yourself in the mirror walking into that parent-teacher conference.
Do you want to do a poll question today, Jason?
Yeah, let's poll.
All right. We will dive into some college football stuff today as it is week 0. It's the last day last day of no college football before we pretty much have it all the time until January. That's wonderful. Going to talk about one former coach's comments and how that could spell trouble for Oregon, why Tez Johnson is acting like a kid on Christmas, and some questions just about the season in general ahead. Also, on the NFL front, most teams focused on X's and O's, but one team struggling with their ABCs, and always read the fine print. We have a new Hall of Fame bylaw and the impact that could have. Of course, we will also talk Costco, not clothing, but snacks in the club. But coming up next, the changing landscape of college football. What are you expecting this season? That's next. Primetime, 1080 The Fan.
Oregon.
As
A lot of Costco bros chiming in, though.
we got a lot of support. I
Yeah,
think,
both ways.
yeah. I think there's more Costco support than not.
Of course there is. It's how they get you. Poor bastards.
Elitist.
Yeah. There's nothing elitist about not buying my clothes at Costco. You want to buy some outdoor lighting and get a hot dog and a great deal on some ribs? All about it. They have a great spicy bar mix. Phenomenal.
Ooh, I love a spicy
Liquor,
bar mix.
great price at Costco. Your clothing? No.
Liquor, they don't have at Costco in Oregon.
Oh,
but
no?
up at yours, they
Yeah,
do.
in
But
Washington they
we
do.
have to do the whole liquor store
Oh, yeah,
thing
at
as
the
the
liquor store.
OLCC.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Go to Hawthorne Liquor, by the way. That's where you should buy your liquor.
Okay, fair enough.
Just saying.
Or the Vancouver Costco. So let's move into some college football talk because we do officially get the start of it tomorrow. It won't be on American soil at first. It'll be over in Dublin, Ireland.
Yeah, they were doing the river dance, I saw.
I saw a TikTok of the Seminoles players kicking their legs about like Michael Flatley.
I did a little river dancing when I was over there. I was drunk off my ass. But yeah, I mean, what else you can do? You go over to Ireland, you do the Guinness tour, and you do a little river dance.
When in Rome.
Yeah.
But today's poll question is, with all that's changed in college football since last season, what's your sentiment heading into the new season? Your choices are still fired up, let's go, it'll probably be fine, my interest is waning, or I am over this sport. Now, I feel like knowing our audience, most people are here for the football season, but as you noted when you and I were talking earlier today, it is already looking much, much different than the football landscape we saw last season. And with all the rhetoric that's happened over the offseason, it seems like there's quite a bit of malcontent going into this season too. It may look different, it may feel different, but ultimately, what are your expectations for it?
Well, I'm trying to stay positive, and I think ultimately it's going to be good. I do think we're going to get good matchups, although you know, I was looking through some schedules earlier because maybe I was getting ready to play some wagers, and you know, it's like we were sold this bill of goods that with this new system that we get all these great matchups, and like especially looking at like Oregon and Ohio State, their schedules are jokes right up until they both play each other. I mean, early on, especially like Ohio State, I mean they play no one, so I don't know if at least yet. I mean, it's the first year of it, so let's wait and see. But I mean, I don't see any of these great non-conference matchups. I mean, you get a couple, but we've always had those.
Yeah, they're sprinkled throughout. I think Alabama goes to Wisconsin, and there's some other ones like that.
When I still look through a lot of the powerhouse schedules, they don't play anyone. I mean, look, outside of if you're an Oregon Duck fan, no offense, but outside of the Ohio State and Michigan game, you get Wisconsin, but Wisconsin's okay. Let's not act like Wisconsin is like some sort of national power this year.
It's one of maybe 4 games on your schedule that you think you could lose. Maybe.
Yeah. You know, it's just not. So it's like, and I'd say the same thing about Ohio State. So, you know, that's going to be weird. You can still protect yourself by not scheduling anyone, which teams are going to do. So I don't think that's gone over the top with all these great schedules that we're going to see. It's going to be strange to see the first time a team loses 2 games and the season isn't over.
Yeah.
In fact, you know, you can make a real strong argument. And again, we'll play it here close to the vest here at Oregon. Oregon plays 4, like you said, 4 games that you could look at and seemingly think that there's something weird could happen.
I mean, here's their schedule straight down really quick. It's Idaho, Boise State, Oregon State. That should be win-win-win. UCLA, that should be a win.
Dude, you're going to be favored by 20-plus points in every one of those games. I'm not kidding. You're going to be, I mean, maybe even more.
Then you get Michigan State at home. Then you get that Ohio State matchup.
So there's one.
But then you're at Purdue, who people think is going to be awful.
They'll stomp a mud hole.
Home against Illinois.
No.
At Michigan, maybe
so
an issue. There's 2. Home against Maryland.
No.
At Wisconsin, maybe a hiccup because it's late in the season
3.
on the road.
Yeah.
And then you're home against UW.
Well,
They've beat you, but they've had all the turnover.
Well, and have you listened to like Jed Fish? Even Jed Fish is telling people, hey, like, please, let's have some realistic expectations.
Yeah.
Like, there's 3 games. If you want to throw UW, 4, right? And here's the weird part about Oregon is with their preseason ranking, as long as they are not drubbed in those games, you could and by the way, this isn't like you could. If you lose to Ohio State and you lose to Michigan, and they're within 1 score, let's say you lose by a touchdown to both of those teams, you're in the college football playoff.
Yeah.
And that's gonna be strange.
Because it will be a team who really only lost their 2 marquee games.
But it won't matter. You at 10-2, from the Big Ten.
You'll still have the wins and the roster to compete.
Yeah, you'll be in the college football playoff. So the regular season is going to be strange, and then on top of it, you throw in like the things like the QL codes, and it's just it's gonna have a different feel when you see, because you're now gonna see some of these kids rolling up to games. You're gonna see the kids rolling up to games in Mercedes and in Lamborghinis.
Dude, out at Texas, they line the walkway to the facility with all the receivers' Lamborghinis. That's like the thing.
And they're gonna do the fashion walk. These kids are gonna be decked out, and they're gonna be carrying the Louis luggage and all this. It's gonna have a different feel to it. It's gonna be strange, but I'm hoping, for me, at the end of the day, it's still college football. I'm gonna love the product. Hopefully, I put all that stuff aside, and we get great games. Maybe it takes until the playoffs for it to sink in that this is a really good thing. I wonder if maybe we're gonna get like a dip here, where we're gonna start off. It's like, hey, college football's here, and then it's like, a little bit of a dip, and then like we get kind of to the end of the year and we're like, holy crap, like playoffs are coming, and then we get to the playoff and then it just kind of shoots up, because by the time we get to the playoff, this should be the best college football season we've ever had, because we actually get a 12-team tournament, and it's no longer just a cheesy 1 to 2 or 2 teams are now 4 teams in 12. We're actually going to get a big tournament. So I don't know if the regular season's going to have the same sort of juice. I do think there's going to be some lulls, but the end of the year should end on a ridiculous high note, and I'm just trying to put some of that other silliness to the side.
Yeah.
But also this year, you're going to have to listen to nonstop expansion talk. I mean, we already had another bit of news today with UConn possibly to the Big 12. We're going to constantly have to hear about maybe a lawsuit with Oregon and Washington State, and is ESPN going to invite them to the Big 12 or the ACC? We're going to have to hear about the Florida State Clemson lawsuit. Like, that stuff's not going to stop.
No, it doesn't go away.
And then the House settlement stuff, which still hasn't been figured out. So there's just going to be a lot of background noise, and combined with the regular season not meaning as much, I do think there's a chance that this regular season feels kind of wonky, and maybe some people will be a little checked out until the end of the year when, like I said, we're going to punch it into high gear, and it's going to end on a kick-ass high note.
I do think that the beauty of college sports is there's a little bit of a like naiveness or naivete that my team could get there. My team could do it. Like, if we have a hot year and our quarterback comes in and he plays well, we can be in the conversation. And now with the 12-team playoff, you can be in the conversation for longer. Like a team like Ole Miss that has a weaker schedule, if they're able to beat Alabama or Georgia, now that's a big ask, right? They haven't proven that they can do it. But if they're able to win one of those games, shoot, even if those are their only 2 losses and they're close, they're going to be in the conversation for making the playoffs. So it might dip a little bit in September because the non-conference schedule is still going to be weak for a lot of these teams. Yeah. But all of a sudden, those games in October that might not have meant as much, they're going to mean a little bit more. And I also think that the fact that you're going to get teams in with 2 losses are going to keep some casual fan bases around for longer, because it's, hey, we can get into the playoffs, and then it's chip in a chair, right?
Yeah.
As long as we're that 12th team in, we have a shot. And so they're going to keep paying attention.
Someone was asking, like, what about 3 losses? I went back and I did this 2 months ago. 3 losses should eliminate you.
Yeah.
I look back every year at basically the top 12 teams, and by the time you get to 8 to 12, they're all 2-loss teams. There just is. There's never, there's never that many 1-loss teams, but there's usually a bunch of good 2-loss teams. Usually the 3-loss teams start to creep in around 14, 15, and then you throw in a group of 5 teams. So I'm not going to say it's impossible under the right circumstances for a 3-loss team to get in, but unless you are like a preseason top 3 and those 3 losses are to other marquee schools by the thinnest of margin, 3 losses minus you winning your conference, which you won't do at 3 losses, that essentially eliminates you. You have 2 mulligans now. 3 basically eliminates you from the conversation.
Yeah, the table's basically set. I mean, I'm looking at last year's final AP rankings in the top 12, and obviously this includes bowl games as well. Yeah. But your top 10 teams all still have 2 losses even after bowl season. Yeah, so like, and then it's followed by LSU, Penn State, Arizona, Notre Dame, who were all 10-3. Oklahoma 10-3. Yeah. Some of them lost bowl games too. But basically, you are ultimately like very fringe, need things to break in your favor. If
and remember, a group of 5 team is automatically going to get in, so that eliminates a spot, even if they're not a top 12 team. So it just 3 losses, you're out. Just keep that in your mind. 2 losses, you have a very good chance. If you're a high-ranking preseason team, 2 losses almost guarantees you a spot in. If you're a team that starts out, and this is where preseason rankings matter. If you're Washington and you start outside the top 25 versus Oregon, 2 losses for those teams will get viewed entirely differently.
Yeah.
They just will.
Yep.
So to say the preseason doesn't matter is horse nears. It absolutely matters when you're talking about the 2-loss thing.
Yep. Well, there is one big Goliath in Oregon's path, and we got a piece of information or a quote from from a former coach that maybe should give Oregon fans some cause for concern. Suk shared it with me earlier. I'll share it with you next here on Primetime on 1080 The Fan. Mount Bachelor area, possibly buying a ski resort. We're not exactly sure. Might
Yeah.
might involve golf.
Yeah, his $75 million bid. We had inside sources that said good luck. Said a couple $100 million.
You know, I almost made what kind of fire was Rop putting out our poll question today. I have many questions about that, but
He did have a bit of a crisis. I will say yesterday.
the one piece of information he did give over the air was that no, it's not Molly 10 G's, but it might cost me just as much. So whatever it was, it sounded expensive.
Yeah, it was one of those. It was a home matter. How about that?
It was treated with that kind of urgency because most things can wait,
Yeah.
until you're off the clock, until you're off the show or whatever. But that had all the looks of like a pipe burst or something like that.
Yeah,
So
we were like all of a sudden he just kept looking down his phone and then he was like showing me, like he kept pointing at his phone and I was like, "Oh, okay," and then he just got up and left. I do remember one time we were at a Civil War like we were doing like a Civil War show
mhm.
and we were out at a restaurant or something.
Who was the North? Who was the South?
Were you Stonewall Jackson?
The ghost of Stonewall
Who
Jackson.
got to be General Lee?
And in the middle of I was breaking down like Bill Swancut or something, right? And like in the middle of it, Rob just turns to me and mouths, "I'm sorry," and takes off his headset and just like gets up and walks off. And I was like,
What?
and it just because it just caught me off guard. So I was like, okay, so I just I kept talking and I didn't acknowledge what had happened, right? Because I was in the middle and I did my little defensive breakdown, talked about Oregon State, and then I threw it to break. And then, so no one was the wiser. I mean, I guess it was a little weird that I threw it to break, but, no offense, but I don't think Rob was like breaking down the Oregon State defense with me, right? I mean, it was specifically a Civil War show. And so then he comes back like during the break. And I guess something he had ate just it was happening. And in the middle of the segment, that's why he mouthed, "I'm sorry," and took off the headset and just marched off.
He was doing a Joe Paterno, had to run across the field.
At least he didn't try to gut it out and do it right there next to you.
No,
you know?
he pulled a Paterno. And so I was like a little bit yesterday when he same thing. He got up, he took off the headset. I was like, but then I saw him head outside and I was like, oh, that's why he was pointing at his phone. He's, he was dealing with some stuff. Not intestinal disorder, but it's one of my all-time favorite Rob moments. Middle of the segment.
I'm sorry.
It just marches off. Hey man, it happens. It happens to the best of us. Nothing you can do.
Well, let's get back on track here. We'll be derailed plenty in this show today, but Ohio State, obviously the marquee opponent that Oregon will play this year, and the first big test that they get. Looking at that schedule that we just broke down last segment.
Yeah, no offense to Boise State or any, again, Oregon State. I'm not saying those programs are irrelevant, but where Oregon has elevated themselves to, I mean, when you hear, in fact, I was listening to Yogi Roth today. He was on with whoever was filling in for Colin, and he just said he believes that this Oregon team legitimately is one of the 2 or 3 best teams. He said they're built different. He said Oregon, Georgia, Ohio State, he said they are literally built different. And when you're built like that, no offense to those other schools, but those games usually end up going a specific way, and they are going to be 3 touchdown favorites in every one of those games.
Yep. And we've been hearing here in the Northwest and in Portland specifically just how loaded Oregon is all offseason.
Yep.
And
deepest team and, best Oregon team ever and all those things.
And I know that based on their past recent history and just their recruiting classes and their recent track record that people have thought pretty highly of Ohio State as well. I have thought pretty highly of Ohio State as well.
Yep.
I don't think I realized just how good they might be until you alerted me to this Urban Meyer quote. Their former head coach, basically, well, not basically, I'll read you the quote. He said, "I've read about him, I've watched him, and this roster might be the best in college football in the last decade."
Yeah.
Not the best Buckeyes roster in the last decade, not the best roster in college football this year. The best roster in college football of any team over the last decade, Urban Meyer thinks is possible. He says as far as NFL talent, as far as depth, this might be the best roster in college football in the last decade.
Yeah. I mean, there is, and I get, it's Urban Meyer, take it for what it's worth.
Of course.
But Urban Meyer knows a thing or two and been around the game, and I don't think coaches throw that stuff out there lightly. And I have heard from lots of people that say that this Ohio State team is different. If Will Howard ends up being the guy, and Will Howard, by the way, was an all Big 12 quarterback, but he's not the greatest thrower of the ball. But also, he's now got Chip Kelly, and he's a mobile guy. They're just saying the sky's the limit. When you hear best college football team, most talented college football team in 10 years, This is every bit the challenge you saw a couple years ago with Georgia. This is not your normal Ohio State team, and that's saying something because Ohio State every year has a really damn good team.
And that's, I guess, the part that's jarring to me is that they're usually loaded. So for someone to say they're more loaded than usual and they're more loaded than maybe any team I've ever seen or been around in the last 10 years, that scares me a little bit. And listen, I'm not like thinking, oh, Oregon's got all the depth, now they'll just roll over these guys. Obviously not, but I'm not sure I realized that Ohio State could be as much of a bully as they maybe have the potential for if everything works out for them under center. And another thing that you brought up today that I think is really astute is that this is definitely their first, they being Oregon, first big measuring stick game as a program since that Georgia game. Everything else has been between Dan Lanning's first game and now have been either games that you were expected to win or games that were expected to be close that you didn't come away with, or the couple of unexpected losses, but it hasn't been. You haven't faced another Titan like this since Georgia. We saw how it went last time, and Oregon's had a couple of these chances going back to some of their national championship games and other non-conference, the LSU Texas Classic game, things like that. This feels like the first time in a while, as you pointed out, to really judge where Oregon is as a program.
Yeah, occasionally when you're trying to get to where Oregon wants to be at, it is, and we hold you to different standards. We just do. Like, you are trying to go from a solid top 15 to 10 program. And Oregon's been that for a long time, and they played for 2 national championships, right? But you're now trying to be viewed as something different. You're trying to be viewed the way we view Ohio State. You're trying to be viewed the way we view Georgia. We're trying to view the way we do LSU in Alabama. And you're right. When you look back, I mean, they beat Oklahoma a number of, all those years ago in the mystery fumble game. That certainly was a test. I think the Florida State game in the playoff certainly was a test, and you passed that with flying colors. That was the defending national champion. You smacked them around, went into the big house, although Michigan wasn't very good. But then you bring up, kind of the LSU game. You bring up the 2 national title games that you fell short. But this kind of version between Mario Cristobal and now Dan Lanning, a couple years ago, you played Georgia, then ended up being the national champion team, and you got embarrassed. You absolutely got run off the field. It wasn't close. So here we are a couple years removed from that, right? I mean, basically 2 full seasons. It's 1 full, but the other one was the first game of Lanning's first year, and a lot of things have changed since then, right? Georgia hasn't changed. Georgia's viewed as the best team in the country.
Yep.
But now we're being told that Oregon just isn't one of those other also-ran teams. We're being told that Oregon is Georgia. We're being told that Oregon is Ohio State. And now you get that Ohio State team that Urban Meyer says is the best college football team he's seen maybe in 10 years. And
you probably could have seen the same for Georgia the year that they won it all and kicked Oregon's ass.
Exactly. And so now they're coming to your place. They're both going to be undefeated. We know that this is the biggest regular season game in Oregon history. We know it might be the biggest game in the regular season this year, certainly the biggest game in Autzen Stadium's history. And to a larger extent, I think it's the ultimate litmus test, maybe even more so than maybe those 2 national championship games. Because those national title teams, as good as they were, again, that was more of and it's funny to say that, and I get why some people may balk at that. But remember, for both of those teams, I'm not going to say they came out of nowhere, but they were surprises.
Well, and they were doing it with different parts than the teams they were facing.
Yes.
They were still trying to keep up with the Blue Bloods as opposed to being viewed as one of the Blue Bloods.
Yes. This is, I believe, the first time that Oregon has a chance to stand on a national stage and say, you view us this way. We view us this way. We have built something here. We are now equal with you, and now you're coming to our house. I just don't think there's ever been a bigger regular season game for Oregon. This is the ultimate test, especially considering that 2 years ago when you stood on that stage, you got,
smacked by 46.
It was bad. It was as bad as you can get. So what can you do in 2 years to a program? For all the talk of Dan Lanning and the future of college football, and in fact, same thing. I heard Yogi Roth today say that he thinks that, if he's betting on a program the next 10 years, he's taking Oregon. He thinks that I believe he said that Dan Lanning is going to take up a lot of the space that Nick Saban left. He said there's and it's true, there's a void. Like when you think about the faces of college football, and does Ryan Day take that up? Does Kirby Smart take that up? Who's kind of the next guy? Dabo's fallen off a bit. And he said he believes that's going to be Dan Lanning. I mean,
it feels that way. I mean, he has to prove it. He has to do it.
And but
it's setting up.
And this is it. This is collision course stuff. I mean, you don't want to try to make a season out to be one game, but I keep thinking about that. What an absolute test, and on the national stage, and whether it's fair or not, your program going forward is going to be judged off of this one game.
What does that one game have to look like? Plus, why are some Oregon Ducks running around like little kids on Christmas morning? That's coming up next. Primetime, 1080 The Fan. The measuring stick game for the Oregon program against Ohio State. Did a little digging. You want to take a guess at what the spread for that game is? They have a look-ahead line on that game
Yeah,
on
I think it's like
FanDuel.
2, right?
1.5 right now is what I'm seeing for Oregon.
Yeah.
In Oregon's favor, 1.5.
In Oregon's favor, and that's my point. Think about that. You're playing. This is why it's just so weird. You're playing a team that some people are saying could be one of the best in 10 years, and you're favorites.
Let's say for argument's sake.
And the rest of the games, I mean, you're favored by 44 against Idaho. Boise State doesn't have a line. You're favored by 3 touchdowns against Oregon State. Wisconsin, that's at 12. Washington, you're favored by 3 touchdowns. I mean, and they don't have the lines on UCLA, Michigan State, but I would assume that Boise, UCLA, Michigan State, Purdue, Illinois, Maryland, any of those that don't have lines, I'm guessing that at minimum, those are all 3 touchdown games.
They all start with a 2 for sure. You might get a 20.5, something like that.
So
Is it three touchdowns or not? But
yeah, so you've got Ohio State that you're favored by 2.5. Michigan, you're favored by 3.5. And then the closest thing you've got is a 2 touchdown game at 12-13 with Wisconsin, and that's on the road. So I mean, it just goes to show you what the expectations are for this year for Oregon.
Vancouver Ford text line in saying it's time to win big games. Until now, they haven't proved they can't. I think they mean can. I-5 will have tons of duck gear on the side of the road if they lose. I'm not sure I'll go as far as that last part, but I do think, yeah, now is prove it time, because you, according to all reports and narratives, have now amassed all the talent and tools and resources you need to actually get the job done, resources that you may not have had before, still trying to keep up with the Joneses like you may have had to before. Now they're saying you're here, so yeah, it's important that this one is the game that gets won. And I guess my final follow-up for you on that, though, is can it still be a successful measuring stick game for Oregon even if they lose?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose. I mean, that's someone else pointed out on the Vancouver Ford text line, and this is kind of what I said about the weird part about this season is you can lose to Ohio State and Michigan, and in theory, you're still fine.
I bet you could get blown out by one of them. Like, I mean, I'm not. If you go 10-2 and you lose by 17 to Ohio State and you lose by 3 to Michigan, you're still probably getting in,
Yeah,
right?
and
Like,
so it's. I mean, and then I guess once you're in, you see what happens. I mean, I remember after they got bludgeoned by Georgia, that was Bo Nix. It was like, whoa, if we played them again, it'd be different. We all kind of rolled our eyes, and maybe you do get a chance. Maybe you do get a chance, Adam. Maybe this is that weird, unique year where you get an opportunity to avenge that. So can it be successful? Yeah, I think it can be if you lose, but. I don't know, man. I just the way this is going, I think if you're landing, and it's so early on, but you got to start winning some of these. I mean, this is year 3, and to the people that say that he hasn't won anything yet, I get that, but my God, like it is building towards something. It sure feels like the momentum is really, really.
and you need opportunity to win those
And you
games.
do
He
have-
hasn't had a ton of them.
Yes, and so here's the opportunity. Like, is it a must win? No. Can it be a success? Sure. Will it be? I don't know. I think this is one of those games that if you're Oregon, I think you have to win. I don't think you can get upset at home against Ohio State when you're trying to bill yourself as the bully, especially on the national basis and in front of recruits. This is monster.
I think 2 years ago, you're nailing it right on the head, right? Because only 4 teams get in. And if they lose that game, then they're in a lot of trouble and they actually really need some stuff to go their way. But because you have 12 teams make it into the playoff, if they get obviously it's not going to be a good look, but let's say they lose that game by 2 scores. It's like 10 points, 11 points, 12 points, somewhere in that range. But then you get back into the Big Ten championship game and you beat them, or you beat Penn State because Penn State was able to knock off Ohio State, or whatever. You get into the playoffs and you have a deep run where you get into the semis or you get into the finals in the college football championship. Would you then call that season not successful just because you lost that one game to Ohio State?
No.
And it didn't look the right way?
Yeah.
So that's why I have a hard time. Like, it could be a measuring stick for that point in the year, but we've seen things happen before in college football. I mean, think about last year. You look at Jaden DeLora at Arizona, that's not even a bowl team. By the end of the year, they make the move to Noah Fafita, and all of a sudden you're talking about them as if it would have been a 12-team playoff year. They're in the conversation. They're in the hunt, right? And I'm not saying that that's where Oregon's going to be at. I think that there's so much more wiggle room now that one game isn't going to define your season. You have to wait until the very end to look at it as a whole. Now, if you lose that game, you lose bad. You play Michigan, you lose to Michigan, you go into the playoff, you play Alabama or Ole Miss in the first round or second round, you lose that, then yes, I would say it's an unsuccessful season.
To me, that's going to be one of the weird things, though, is that before those games mattered so much because they did define your season. You could even finish out really great. You could show improvement on the back end, but it's going to feel odd if Oregon were to lose their 2 biggest tests and still go to the playoffs, and you're supposed to be optimistic about that. Like, it's obviously you could run the table, you could win 3 or 4 games in a row and do the thing, and then it's like those games don't matter, but then it's like almost like the whole regular season didn't matter.
It is
It's
true. I mean,
really odd.
yeah, and we're probably ahead of ourselves, but I mean, it's preseason stuff, so I mean, these are the conversations you have, and you know, and you think back to a couple years ago, dude, you went into Ohio State and you did beat them.
That's right.
Now that Ohio State turned out not to be a great team, but neither did you. I mean, you
Right.
kind of essed the bed at the end of that year, and it's kind of funny, but like you kind of wasted that. Like that at the time, when we had that conversation. Is that the biggest regular season win that this program has ever had? And I think you can make a strong case that it was, and you absolutely wasted it because you got to the end of the year and Mario and that team absolutely crapped the bed. So I guess I just view it slightly different because even that team, like that was an underdog. I mean, think about that. You are favored against Ohio State.
Yeah.
You're favored.
For
Well,
now.
and if they're the most talented team in the country, the last time that you squared off against the most talented,
You got drilled.
you got beat by 46. Are you saying you've closed the gap
So
from the
that's-
most talented team by 45 points or 47 points? That's something.
And so maybe it's revisionist history, but I do view this game differently than the one that they had a couple years ago when they went into Ohio State and won. And you also, it's going to be weird now because every year you get to play Ohio State. For the most, I mean, obviously that's, you know, schedules can rotate, but you know, it's weird having a Georgia on your schedule every year. Like you now, in in the past, no offense to any of the Pac-12 teams, but over the last 20 years,
Every once in a while, it would be USC.
Once in a
maybe.
blue moon?
Like, I mean, and that was a decade ago.
you know, and Washington's had good years, and you know, there's a handful. You know, Stanford has some good years, but there just wasn't that consistent game, and it feels like every year now you're going to get one of those. You would think that between Michigan, Penn State, Ohio State, and maybe USC or Washington, if Jed Fish rises them back up, you almost feel like now you're going to get this game every year. And again, that kind of goes along with the ascension of the program. Like you want to be viewed differently. And you say what you will about the SEC schedule, say what you will about the Big Ten. The Alabamas and the Georgias and the LSUs and the Ohio States of the world, they get these games on a yearly basis. And Oregon hasn't. Oregon hasn't had them. And that you are going to start getting them on a yearly basis. And this is your first crack. And I'm fascinated to see how this thing goes. And it's also crazy that you're favored in it.
I know.
That's just
It's a weird new reality
yeah.
for a Duck fan who has always been the underdog, even when they had the flashy, shiny things. It's a new world. I'm excited to see how it all plays out, and I'm still so fired up for the 12-team playoff, mostly because even if you could pick the teams that you thought were going to be in it, I don't think anyone's going to have any idea who's going to be available, who's going to be healthy, and how that's all going to go down.
No,
it's going to be great.
You know, this is going to become a little bit like the NFL. It's a war of attrition.
Yeah.
At the end of the year, who's healthy, who's playing the best ball, and that's the cool part about it. Is you can sustain some losses, you can sustain some injuries, and going back to the Pac-12, it would have been nice to see some of those Stanford teams from a years ago get a crack because at the end, Stanford always stubbed their toe against some team that they had no business losing to, Arizona State or Northwestern, or you know they'd have that what the hell game. But at the end of the year, some of those teams with you know Toby Gerhardt and Christian McCaffrey
and just those lines, they could lean on
Bryce Love and that defense that they had, and Shane Scove and some of the great players they rolled through there, Kevin Hogan, Andrew Luck, really good quarterback play. At the end of the year, that was the team that people didn't necessarily want to play. And it's going to be cool because those teams are now going to get a crack at this thing. You're going to get a chance to prove the USC the year that they Penn State in the Rose Bowl.
Yeah.
That was the Sam Darnold.
Yeah, they
year.
finished strong. If that had been a playoff year, maybe a different story.
Maybe a different story. So, you know, that's going to be the best part about the college football season is that.
Well, it will mirror the NFL playoffs a little bit more, and I want to shift to the NFL next because the preseason is wrapping up. We have more games tonight. We had games last night. But while all teams are practicing their X's and O's, one team needs to work on their ABCs. We'll explain the acronym blunder coming up next on Primetime 1080 The Fan. Of Primetime. No Rop today. Sook, Ortner, and Buckley here with you as we get ready for the first college football weekend of the year. Kind of not really. We'll talk with Joey Harrington a little bit coming up about it later, but it's a little bit of a tease.
It's a terrible weekend of football.
It's kind of a dumb tease.
It's awful.
I liked it when it felt. Is it just me or when they started doing this 0 week? Yeah. They initially started by putting actual games that we cared about.
There was at least a couple on there that were pretty good. I mean, honestly, the best game is Florida State, Georgia Tech, and that's not a good game.
It's like a 10.5-point spread. Yeah. It's at 9 a.m. our time, or is it 6 a.m. our time?
I thought it was 6.
It might be 6.
I thought it was 9.
No, 9 a.m. Pacific. I thought it was 9 Eastern, but no.
5 their time.
Yeah, 9 a.m. Pacific time. So, I mean, it gives you something to watch, but I mean, if Florida State and Georgia Tech is the best thing that's going, I'm sorry, it's a bad weekend.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
I mean, the rest of it, I mean, I'll pull up the full schedule, but like
you get SMU,
Nevada, you've never heard of,
and you get like
Montana State. Come on now, they're taking on the Lobos.
Okay. Montana State, yes, and the Bronco, Montana State, New Mexico, SMU, Nevada, and Delaware State and Hawaii.
You know, Dusty was trying to tout that Montana State game earlier today, and I respect the hell out of you small school football bros, but. And no shade to the Montana State. What are they? The Bobcats or the Grizz? Which one are they?
They are the Bobcats. Okay. They are big college football to Dusty and I. Just so you know, that's big time college football.
By the way, Hawaii in that Delaware State game. Have you seen? Now I know nothing about Hawaii. I know nothing about Delaware State.
The Timmy Changs.
Yeah,
that's right.
The fighting
Timmy Changs.
Have you seen the line on that game?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, Delaware State is one of the worst teams in college football.
Because Hawaii sucks.
Well, the one thing I saw about this game, I saw that Delaware, after travel issues and experiencing like they missed their 10.5-hour flight, so they might not even get all their players there. I don't know how that's possible, but okay, let me guess at the spread. I will say 44.5.
Wow, yeah, it's actually pretty good. Yeah, it's 40.5.
Wow.
Yeah. When's the last time Hawaii, by the way, has been favored by 20 over anyone, let alone 40?
Yeah.
How bad is Delaware State?
They're the worst team in FCS. They average less than 20 points a game. They're horrible.
Oh, man.
I didn't know it was possible for Hawaii. And by the way, to say that Hawaii is getting better, dude.
They are. They won more games last year than the year before.
1, 2, 3, 4.
That's getting better.
They won 5 games.
They won 3 the year before. That's getting better.
And by the way,
fact or fiction.
Their wins are Albany, New Mexico State by 3.
Hey, when you beat the Great Danes of Albany, that means something.
Nevada and Air Force, stop it.
Win's a win.
Service Academy win.
Oregon beat them.
They beat our heroes.
Oregon beat them 55-10.
Well, I mean, they're not a measuring stick game.
Nevada beat them 44-2, or UNLV beat them 44-20. Stop it.
They're improving.
New Mexico beat them by 3 touchdowns. And San Jose State beat them 35-0. Stop it. And yet they're favored by 40 points.
They're going to make a bowl game this year.
No.
Well, there won't be much to watch in the way of college football this weekend. There also won't be much to watch in the way of NFL because it's the final preseason weekend, right? Yeah. So it's like we're going to get the...
Yeah, it's a weird mix. I've heard some people are playing some players. I mean, last night we saw. I mean, the Colts ran.
Richardson played.
Yeah, Richardson played. I mean, so it's a hodgepodge.
Russell Wilson's going to play again this weekend.
Yeah, he said he's going to start.
But I mean, there's not a lot to be excited about. I'm more excited about looking forward to week 1 and the rest of the season. Yeah. But I wanted to start somewhere with one of last year's upstarts, and that is the Houston Texans,
who are now a darling. I've seen a lot of people think that they're going to the Super Bowl.
It's crazy how much love they're getting. The last time I checked, and I don't know if this is still the case, they had the 4th best odds of winning the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I mean, the year before, I think they had one of the 3 lowest win total projections in NFL. I think it was like 3.5 last year, and then they win 10 games, 11 games.
Yeah.
But they have unveiled some new art and branding in their workout facility. And
this is fantastic.
So they brought in legendary and famed noted gym bro JJ Watt to tour the facilities and check it all out. And he posted a cool shot of the new weight room, and then when people started zooming in on the walls, they realized, wait, what does that say? Does that say swinge? No, what it says is swarm in all caps. And you're like, okay, cool. Like that'll be a cool acronym. And then what you get is swarm stands for Special work ethic, relentless mindset.
Yeah, that's not.
And you're like, oh, that's cool. Until you realize the words and letters don't add up. That, if you abbreviate it to an acronym, would be SWIRM.
Hey,
That is
well,
SWIRM.
Hey, the Texans need a rallying cry, and so who doesn't want to swarm with the Texans? I love when people do this.
It's
crap.
going to be their rallying cry this season
Swarm.
on the internet, among the fan base. There are now people, I guess, Texans defenders essentially saying that, no, they meant to have that the A is actually an and for, and work ethic is one word, so special work ethic and relentless mindset would be swarm. Big time mental gymnastics going on here.
Swarm. They should just lean into it and make swarm T-shirts.
I kind of
Instead
agree.
Of swarm, I would. First off, I hate when people do this. I'm a cynical bastard, so the whole like win the day, what was do something was another
that was Taggart, yeah.
douchey one. PLU, they had like every man a loot. I remember I had to go to a football camp there. My stupid coach my senior year, who was a moron, by the way, the worst coach I've ever played for at any level, Eric Bernstein. I'm looking right at you. His was MOC, Making of Champions. I knew a kid, by the way, who got an MOC tattoo.
Oh, nice.
God, it was like the equivalent of live, laugh, love. So these things just never, I just was never a fan of them. They're so cheesy. But Swarm, I could get behind Swarm.
I like Swarm. I want some Swarm gear.
If you told me that you gave me a shirt with a Texans logo on it that had some Swarm on it, let's go. Swarm away, you magnificent sons of bitches.
But so this gives us a decent jumping off point into this year's NFL season, because the Texans were the team that nobody really saw coming last season. And I feel like every year we look at the schedules, we look at the odds, we look at the divisions, and I don't want to say we expect chalk, but we almost expect the same things to repeat.
And there's usually a worst to first. We got about a half turnover every year in.
I think you usually have 3 to 4 new playoff teams that weren't in before, and 3 or 4 that drop out.
Yeah, there's usually about somewhere around a 50% turnover, and there's almost always a worst to first. So I mean the NFL surprises, whether it's injuries, or again, no one saw CJ Stroud coming in and breaking rookie records, because without that, then we're not talking about the Houston Texans the same way.
And so, at the risk of just calling your shot here, based on what teams have done in the offseason, through the draft, through acquisitions, and just what they've been building, are there teams that last year were outside and not there yet that you could see making a breakthrough because of what they've done in between the end of last season and now?
Sure. The easiest one for me, and I don't think it's a big one. They finished last in their division last year, and it's the Chicago Bears. Like, the Chicago Bears can win a Super Bowl. They just can. Mm-hmm. If Caleb Williams plays at a high level, and look, that's asking a lot, because rookie quarterbacks, although CJ Stroud played really well last year, they got drubbed in the playoffs by the Ravens. But if Caleb Williams is as advertised, and Caleb Williams has a season where he is a Pro Bowl caliber quarterback, the Bears have an elite roster.
They have a really good roster.
They have a great secondary. They've got pass rushers. They're young. They're deep. They have an improved O-line. They have as good a weapons as any offense in the NFL, and I mean that. Look through their offensive weapons.
Yeah.
There is a ton to like there.
Mm-hmm.
And you can make the question, is Eberflus a great coach? But, did we know that D'Amico Ryans was going to be a great coach?
Right.
And with all the crap that the Bears went through last year, they won 7 games.
Yeah, that's a little bit like the Jets, where like you're like, oh, they were terrible. They had Zach Wilson started. It's like those teams that people thought were dog mess, they actually kind of were able to keep afloat, and if they have the real guy under center, that's a huge candidate for popping.
Yes, so that's the easiest one, but I kind of feel like that's a little cheating, because don't we all think that the Bears could be pretty good?
Could be a quarterback away at any time.
Well, and honestly, that's a lot of teams that are a quarterback away. That if you get good quarterback play, you could pop. So if you want to go like a little deeper than that, I'll go with this one too. And I think it's one. I'll go 2 different ways. The first one would be a team that is good and that I've seen everyone saying that they're going to fall off, and that's the Buffalo Bills.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but the receiver thing is the biggest load of crap in the NFL. We've been sold the bill of goods. I listen to certain national programs, and I swear to God, they act like if you get one receiver, it's like, we got a receiver. Who are they going to throw the ball to? As if like NFL receivers like don't come from out of nowhere, as if NFL receivers like getting Tyreek Hill. Tyreek Hill is the best receiver in football, and you know what he's meant for the Miami Dolphins? Getting your ass kicked in the first round of the playoffs.
Yep.
And last time I checked, there's been a lot of really good teams that make deep runs in the playoffs and win Super Bowls without elite wide receivers. And yes, I get the game is trending that way. But like Stephon Diggs leaves the Buffalo Bills, and all of a sudden people are like, well, the Bills can't win. There's nothing they can do. The Bills can't win. No, the Bills can win. Like that is a really, really good football
team. And for
a
couple reasons. For one, it's not predicated on what Diggs can do that's made them so successful. It's predicated on Josh Allen being able to be a multifaceted threat. Their ability to use their tight ends.
Yes.
Like their defense.
Well,
there's a lot there.
I would like to point out that when Tyreek Hill left the Kansas City Chiefs, you had their best offensive player was Travis Kelce. Outside of Travis Kelce, and by the way, last time I checked, they've won not one, two, right? 2 Super Bowls?
2 and been to another.
That's
been to 3.
That's pretty good, right? That's pretty successful.
More than one, yeah.
Who's their best offensive player not named Travis Kelce?
Oh, Patrick Mahomes.
No, just skill position.
Like Pacheco maybe?
Yeah, Pacheco or Rice.
Raishi Rice. Speed driving Raishi Rice.
Anybody? You're telling me that you're telling me that a team won 2 Super Bowls, and outside of Travis Kelce, who's their tight end, they didn't really have an elite skill player. But that can't happen, because if you don't have CeeDee Lamb, because that means so much to the Dallas Cowboys,
that they haven't done the deal yet.
If you don't have Justin Jefferson, because he's meant so much to the Minnesota Vikings,
this maybe $30 million wide receiver the Niners are willing to part with, Brandon Ayuk,
that you can't win. It's funny. I didn't know that was a thing, listening to all the national shows. So, Buffalo's a team that I've seen people writing off, and I don't get it. I ask why.
For that same reason, I'm a little bit that way about the Chargers.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, you look at their skill position players and you're like, I don't. But Jim Harbaugh shows improvement everywhere he goes. Yeah. They drafted in the trenches. He's going to get more out of his quarterback than Staley got out of him. At least that historically is what he has done as well. And so I don't know who the guys are going to be toting the rock and catching the rock, but I feel like they could be one of those candidates where they make a jump because they've got it figured out in the trenches and they've got the new guy that can lead them there.
And then the 2 that I will throw out outside of this, and one will be a little bit of a homer pick, and the other one, again, I don't know, because I think people are picking them to win the division. The Falcons are going to be good.
Yeah.
They just are. I'm telling you, if Kirk Cousins is healed, and again, that's an if. He's coming off an Achilles injury. He's like 35 years old. But if you get Minnesota, Kirk Cousins, that's a 12-win team. Look at their schedule. And I'm telling you, they got better. They got better across the board, and added, they have a very, very good secondary. They have a very, very deep secondary. And if you want to look at kind of like something that's important, because we spend so much time talking about wide receivers, corner play to me is more important than wide receivers. It just is. You find teams with good corners. Look at what Kansas City did in their secondary. When you have good corners, you have good safeties, you can put the kibosh on good offenses. And and they already have one of the best safeties in the game in Jesse Bates, which they got out of Cincinnati. And then they go out and sign Justin Simmons, who, yes, I get it. Justin Simmons coming out of Denver last year had a bit of a down year, but they got him at a steal of a deal. And that's a guy over the last 4 or 5 years has been one of the 3 or 4 best safeties in the game. You got AJ Terrell that you just signed, and he's a solid corner. Is he Sauce Gardner? No, but he's solid. And then you've got 2 or 3 other corners, because it's no longer just about having 1 or 2 corners.
You need the depth there.
They've got depth. And like Clark Phillips is a guy out of Utah that's come along that they like. They've got good depth there. And then you added a guy like Matthew Judon, who's an experienced guy.
Yep.
And then from an offensive standpoint, you like the young offensive line, and you like Drake London. You like the tight end situation you got. You got a couple good backs. Like, there is a lot to like about this Atlanta team, and they play in a bullcrap division.
Yep.
They're going to win 12 games, I would think. They're going to, let's say they're going to win 11, right? With the potentially to win 12 if Cousins is healthy.
Mm-hmm.
Atlanta is going to be good, and they're a team that can sneak up on people. And then if you want another one that no one's talking about, and this one might be a little bit of a flyer, and it maybe is a little bit of a homer pick, I think the Seahawks are going to be better than people think. I really do. Yes, the offensive line needs to get healthy, but you've added some pieces there. When healthy, I do think you have 2 good tackles. You just added a center finally that's coming off injury that you think is going to solidify that. Looks like you've got some depth at guard. And I think you've got really, really good skill position players. I think Jackson Smith and Jigba is going to have a breakout. You got a couple young receivers they're high on. And I think, again, I love their secondary. And I think there's a lot of depth up front. I don't know about necessarily the linebacking core, but you're bringing over a guy that was viewed as this defensive juggernaut in Baltimore as your head coach. That's viewed that people, there's like 8 different teams that are switching over in the last 2 years to his defense. He is the guy right now. He is the Sean McVay, where people are looking at him and saying, we want to run this defense. Byron Murphy looks like he is an absolute game changer in the middle. And I think that's a very underrated position. And I know that division is tough. And some people are saying Arizona and San Francisco might be the best team in football. The Rams are really good. I think Seattle has a better roster. And that is a meat grinder of a division. But I think Seattle, and Geno's a good quarterback. You know, he's not elite, but I think Geno is a better than average quarterback. And I think Seattle might be a playoff team this year. With all of their struggles, they're a 9-win team the last, 3 years. They've won 9 games. I think this is a team that can win double-digit games and get into the postseason.
All right. Well, we got 2 more NFL items coming up. One, always read the fine print, how the new Hall of Fame bylaws could affect some coaches, including the former head coach of the Seahawks. And also, what are the kind of gifts that you like to give for a loved one? One NFL gift that I think was pretty smart and that the bros can appreciate. That's coming up next. Primetime, 1080 The Fan. a little bit later in the 5 o'clock hour, as well as Joey Harrington. Coming up next in the news, we'll need to talk about the twisted plans of an already captured Oregon abductor. It's a case we've discussed before. Now with an update, we have a
captured abductor.
So yeah, they got the guy who was trying to kidnap people, but now we found out more about him that is even more disturbing.
What Danny was up to?
That's right, Danny Meringue. But in
just saying, look, if someone goes missing in the Newburgh area, you might want to go take a poke around his place.
That's true. But then additionally, we have a Portland chef who is back with their greatest hits. I'll explain that. But before, did you see this?
No, the chef thing. I'm still right.
You're still reeling from the bear. You have a disdain for the whole industry.
Yeah, I'm serious. That show has
out on food.
That show has made me hate fine dining. Well, there's a lot.
You were just a Costco elitist, and now you're a man of the people. You can't flip flop back and forth.
I will say I am a man of the people when it comes to dining.
It's not quarter zips.
There are a lot of things in this world that I do not understand. Costco quarter zips are one, and high. Like the Michelin star bear sort of restaurants, I just do not understand. And I would also like to state that show sucks. That show
won't even attempt it.
That show was great in season 1, and it went downhill in season 2, and it crashed into the GD mountain in season 3. And the only reason anyone thinks it's good is because it was so good in season 1, and no one wants to admit now that it sucks. And that everything about it and everything about dining like that is stupid.
I am willing to wager that 1, you are familiar with this chef's food.
Okay.
2, that you've had it, and 3, that you liked it. Yeah. So we'll see coming up in the news.
Is it Boyardee?
Almost, pretty close. No, not exactly. Different cuisine entirely. But did want to get into one thing I saw on interwebs. Will, you went to you were in a wedding recently, right? Your brother's?
I was in my cousin's wedding. My brother's wedding is in about a month.
Were you a groomsman?
I was.
So did you get a groomsman gift?
No, yes, but it didn't get to me.
Is that a thing? Oh.
So yes, there was a groomsman gift, and it didn't get to me. They only ordered like 8. There were 12 of us.
Really?
That's a lot of groomsmen.
You got screwed.
It was Bush League.
What was the gift? Was it anything good?
It was a flask, I think, with like initials.
Okay, I was just going to say what it usually is like a personalized flask, something like that.
So I stole my vest. They're never getting it back.
Nice.
Were you supposed to give the vest back?
Is it a cool
Yeah,
vest?
I was. And I never got my gift, so my gift is now a stupid vest. I don't know. It ended up I did not. It was not a part of my
vest
rental.
Again?
I would really like to, but people won't let me wear the vest.
Oh, wow.
Interesting.
Well, this is taking a turn.
I'm confused by everything that's happening here. But all right, so you had 12 grooms and you ordered 8. So
he had 12.
Is he a cheap ass?
No, I
you just think Will doesn't need a flask? He drinks enough on his own?
I think planning is not a key part of what my cousin's got going
12
on.
12 groomsmen seems like
a lot.
Well, there were 12 bridesmaids.
Oh, yeah, it's the whole got a matchy thing, I guess.
Interesting.
Big family.
All right.
But I saw a groomsman gift today on the social medias that I really liked. And this person also had a lot of groomsmen. It looked like maybe 12 or so. But the guy whose name's JP Cadena said, I gifted all my groomsmen future bets for their teams to win the Super Bowl.
Oh, okay.
They invested in my future. I'm investing in theirs. And so he's got all his boys' favorite team. And whether you are Niners or Seahawks or Packers or whoever, he got you. I mean, it doesn't say what the ticket was, but I love that idea as a gift. It's something different.
Right here.
They all got their tickets, and it's like, you know what? It probably stinks if you're the guy who's holding the Titans ticket or whatever. But
you never know, right? I mean, because that's the best odds, or that would be like the longest odds, like the biggest payout. So I'm assuming it's probably like a $20, $20 bet, whatever maybe $50 if you're doing a little better. $50. I love that. That is a great.
It's not something cheesy you're going to throw away later and never use. It's like you follow it, you ride it, maybe it turns into something, but like it's a nice gesture.
That is a nice gesture. I've only been in like 2 weddings in my entire life, and I don't know if I've ever gotten a groomsman gift.
I got a tie clip for one. That
Yeah.
was all the groomsmen wore matching tie clips up there, but then I got what was the other one? It might have been a flask.
No,
Flask is a popular one.
I was in I think I've only been in 2 weddings, and I don't believe that there was and the Mormons, they don't really do.
They're cheap asses.
Well, yeah, but they don't really.
Also, they don't really do drinking.
They don't really do drinking, or I don't know.
That doesn't stop you from giving someone a groomsman gift.
Oh no, but you wouldn't do one to promote alcohol.
No, but you
I don't
could
know what a
tie,
Mormon
clip.
groomsman gift would be. Like, I don't know, you get
It's
like a
like anything personalized.
some
I've seen
sort of-
people do like socks or like a
Huh.
monogrammed shirt or something like that. But
well,
yeah.
I've never I don't know. I think I would probably just I don't know. I guess like whiskey and cigars is probably like this. It's stuff like that, right?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's sometimes it's stuff like that. Sometimes it's like a personalized something. Like
Mhm.
I have a friend who gave all the groomsmen like embroidered cooler bags they can like take to the golf course
I
or
like
whatever.
that.
Like something usable.
We're getting in cufflinks and flasks are played out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that. I had two best men and no others. Deluxe drift boat oars.
Oh.
All right. Well, that's for the one that I fish with, and a genuine Ivy cribbage board. That's pretty cool.
That is cool. I play cribbage.
How
That's
can they both be best men?
well, best.
You
I
can't
guess
share.
I guess it's best men. It's not best man. Best men.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah.
I think
So
you gotta
got
pick
an-
one.
But I like the buying futures tickets for occasions. I also heard this year of somebody doing that with the Masters. They were holding a Masters party, and at the end of the third round, they bought tickets for like the top 10 guys on the leaderboard.
Yeah.
And then like you show up and
Ooh.
you pull them out of a hat when you show up for the party, and then everyone's rooting for somebody that day, and
That's
someone
sick.
walks away a winner.
And by the way,
That's
someone
sick.
asked the Ivory. He said he bought it at a antique store. The elephant was already dead.
Oh,
So-
okay. I thought you said ivy. When I'm like,
No,
oh, like
no,
wood from
no,
like an
no,
ivy
no,
bush. Oh,
ivory.
Ivory.
No, he
Yeah.
said it was already dead. So
Because we love elephants. We're pro
there was
elephant
that.
on this.
Someone
show.
said 5 groomsmen, each Vokey wedges. So
Ooh.
that's kind of fun. Like
Cool.
if you got a golf
Cool
thing.
book.
Yeah, I got my groomsmen a copy of the Dream Team book. What about porn? It was-
Like here, you've
He's
been
like-
gifted my old magazines.
he's got like a stack of
See-
vintage European porn. Here you go, boys.
Enjoy my spank bank. That
See,
one's on the house.
But that's your generation. We're not collecting those
Yeah,
anymore.
Will's crew is just sharing links with each other. All right, it's time for us to get to In the News. That's coming up next. But first, Ortner has a SportsCenter update. Groomsmen gift ideas to the Vancouver Ford text line 503-8646-FAN. Some solid ones. We had some knives that were personalized and then got lost on the bachelor party camping
Yeah,
trip.
gave us all custom Gerber knives with our initials engraved. Everyone got drunk and lost them. All right. And I did think back. I couldn't remember because they only I was at my brother's wedding like 30 years ago, whatever the hell that was, and we got swords.
Which is unique.
Yeah, we got like Civil War like cavalry swords or something, and God, they were like engraved with something in Latin. I don't, as honestly, I don't remember. It was one of those, and I have no idea whatever happened to it. Like it got all like a year later, it was completely rusted. I no idea, but I was like, that's the one I do remember. That's like the one groomsman gift that I got. I was like, it had to be something.
It's memorable. I'll give it that.
Was it? Because I was like, wait,
Is it better than my vest that I took?
I like that you made your own groomsman present by just stealing something that you wore for the wedding.
Yeah.
I just held on to it. I was told I had to wear a vest, and I never got my groomsman flask.
See, I gave my guys fancy engraved pocket watches, and then one I thought was like doing like custom Jordans or like someone said they did Air Force Ones.
Jordans are cool.
Like that makes sense. Or like a watch. Like
Wear them in the wedding.
Yeah, you're not doing like Rolexes or whatever, but like I have a Shinola watch, like Filson. Like that would be, if you got like a deal on that. Jokic got all of his Serbia Olympic bros. He got him Rolexes.
That's nice.
Yeah, he dropped $400K. I think they were like 30, 35 a piece.
It'd be wasted on me.
That is.
I've never worn a watch.
No,
Yeah,
yeah,
but-
well, you're the youth. Yeah.
You could sell it.
You can't.
Ooh, good idea.
If someone by the way, here's the other thing. If someone
That's
gives
true.
you a really nice gift like that, you can't sell it.
Ever?
You just can't. Ever. You just can't. That's like
20 years later, you haven't talked to him in 15.
Can
I
I
guess
pawn it?
maybe then. But you got to admit, that'd be like the douchiest thing ever.
Horrible.
If someone gave you a Rolex
I don't like
watch-
it when guys hawk their World Series rings. Like
Yeah.
I think that's lame.
if someone gives you a Rolex watch as a gift and you turn around and sell it, I'm sorry. I think you're a terrible person.
Yeah, that's probably true. Without further ado, it is Friday, August 23rd, and it is time for In the News. I'm your stand-in newsman. Hello, thank you. I would ask you to please be seated, but you already are. Most of you, I believe. Let's see. Today on our National Day calendar, ooh, I kind of like this one.
What do we got?
As specialty sandwiches go, I think it's high on the list, is National Cubano Sandwich
Oh,
Day.
love a good Cubano.
I do too. Will you, Cubano man?
He's got no
I don't
idea.
know if I've had one.
Ooh. Yeah, it's usually ham,
Yeah.
bacon, pork loin.
Yeah.
It's essentially a 3-pork sandwich, grilled, usually on a
is-
sourdough.
There is a
So
good
it's
one
meat
at,
lovers.
Papa Hayden's has
Oh.
a nice, or whatever what is that place that's attached to it? I never know. Like it is Papa Hayden's, but it's not. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's attached
Grandpa
to
Hayden's?
it. What?
Grandpa Hayden's?
Grandpa Hayden's. They have a good Cubano there. Like, and it's always grilled. A nice little.
And
like
that a
panini
good
press.
Cubano should be. It should be like panini pressed
Yes.
with like butter,
Yeah.
dressed on
maybe
the outside.
maybe a pickle in there.
Oh yeah,
relish.
Cubano's got to
Big
have a
pickle
pickle and yellow mustard.
There you go.
It's also National Sponge Cake Day.
Maybe like I'll eat some sponge cake. Someone brought in like a giant cheesecake earlier today.
Yeah, we'll get to that later. There was an orange dreamsicle cheesecake, which was delightful, and now it's gone. I actually planned on picking at it for a while, but it's no longer with us. Maybe it's made its way to the kitchen. I don't know.
Was it Danny? Because
He brought it in.
yeah. Every time I come in, the amount of food that he brings in for whatever lunch, it's
He's
just
a take your lunch to work guy.
it's unbelievable. But that's not like a lunch. It's like a full-on spread. It's like that scene from The Breakfast Club where the guy opens up like an entire shopping bag and just unloads like a week's worth of food. And like I come in today and there's just a whole cheesecake. I was like, what the hell?
At least I don't think that's lunch.
I don't know. I didn't have any, but they look good.
So as we talked about on the show yesterday, Hood to Coast officially started this morning. I learned that we have teams this year from all 50 states and more than 40 countries participating.
Boy, I'll admit, I had no idea. I thought that was 100% a local thing.
Yeah, same.
I guess it's something that now draws people, or at least it's in its 42nd year. I'm learning, but yeah, members from or participants from
someone
all 50 states
so
this year.
A team from Delaware.
Well, it may not be
came
a
out-
team, but it may be a team that has one person from Delaware. So every state is represented by a participant.
Okay. So I was like, you got how many people have? I'm assuming it's like a team of like 12, 10, 9, 8.
I thought it was less than that. I thought it was like
It's
4
all
or
got to
5.
fit in a van. I think it's like 6 or 7.
Oh,
but,
really? I thought it was more than that.
I
I just
don't
was kind
know.
of blown away by the fact that someone from Delaware, like a group of people, were like, let's go to Oregon and run.
Yeah.
Well, it's
Hawaii
from
and
the
Alaska
hood
too.
to the
Feels
coast.
like feels like it's a lot of excuses just to drink. And I'll state for the record, I don't need an excuse to drink.
Especially not at the beach.
No.
Additionally, have some troubling news to get through. We'll do this first, but you remember the story of an abductor who kidnapped a woman and kept her in a cinder block cell?
I do remember that. Yeah, that thing was creepy as hell.
It was really creepy. So that man's name was Nagasi Zuberi, and now that he's on trial, documents have been released that
It's not going to be good.
no, he sketched out plans to, quote, raise an army with captured women. I don't know exactly what that means, but it says that he called it Operation Takeover, and that he quote, sketched out plans for an underground structure targeting women, listing characteristics of an ideal victim. So he planned on abducting multiple women, imprisoning them all, and having his own little underground network and nation that he was going to start.
Like an army of super soldiers?
I
He
don't
was trying to do
know.
like a Captain America. Is he going to like get them all cattle roids? And then wouldn't they just turn on you? You got a bunch of roided up angry women?
It's not exactly clear what these delusions were based in, but those were the details released in the court that
Look,
have people.
I'm not going to lie. I like the idea of an army of super women. I think that's kind of kick ass.
Isn't that what Charlie did?
Yeah, same sort of thing. You know, but again, I don't think they were super women. They were just like spies. I'm talking about like
They
an
were just
army
angels.
of. I want like an army of like the U.S. rugby team. I just want my guy out there or my gals out there.
You
Just
want Alona Meyer out
yeah,
there?
I want her out there, Mayor. I just want her out
Yeah.
there, just out there like kicking ass. Let's do that. But like you can't kidnap them. Like they got to come by their own free will. And the cinder block thing, that's a certain level of crazy that. I don't know like what level that is, but I think it's somewhere around 11.
Yeah,
I think that goes past 10.
all the way up to 11.
Yeah, that's hopefully he's going to prison for the rest of his life. And the he didn't, and the lady got out.
Yeah, the woman was okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. I'm trying to find an update. I mean, I believe he's on trial now, or that's basically this information just came out. So let's see. I don't believe he's been sentenced yet. I think that this is going to be an open and shut deal, though.
Someone saying that he was going to try to have children with him, and those were going to be
That was going to be
soldiers?
his army. Like he was going to start his own little civilization underground or something. I mean, just horrible delusions. But yeah.
Yeah, that's well, I'm glad that they caught the dude, and please just whatever this just life sentence. Life sentence, like can't we do like 9 of those life sentences? We just stack a bunch of those together. And just let's get as many life sentences as possible. Just
I'd like him to not be allowed back around us.
yeah, there's some people that you just the membership dues are up, and it's time for you to maybe get out of the club.
And then
Just saying.
we've caught a couple creeps. I'll list them off real quick. One Umatilla man has been charged with multiple crimes after he made several hoax phone calls threatening sexual violence against children. So he was calling schools and saying that he was going to do things to kids. He was 20 years old. And he's been charged with receiving and possessing child pornography and making interstate threats. So they've got this guy. He isn't out there anymore, but my goodness.
Can we? How about this bunk
Can he?
bed?
Yeah. Can he join
Just
the
like-
other
I
guy?
was gonna say just like bunk beds.
Keep
sort of
them
things.
together.
That's good.
I just like the idea of like maybe like just like a wing. Or just we're just gonna go over there and don't really need any care. Just like a big room. Maybe put a couple hacky sacks in there for entertainment, and then they get a beanbag chair, and then just every so often we slide some food under the door. And after that, I don't really care what happens to you.
Well, I've
Just
got one
good luck.
more roommate for them because we have Craig Douglas Myers, who is a 38-year-old math teacher at Hosford Middle School. He's been arrested and charged on the felony of trying to lure a minor. So we have now teachers.
It's been a real upbeat in the news.
That's why we're going to be done with it
Real
real
good.
quick and move on to celebrity
this is not
chefs.
A Friday
and,
news.
no, it's not. But what I'm telling you is that all three of
they
these
caught
horrible
him.
men have been caught by
good.
authorities, and so
Good.
they're not on the streets. We're just realizing of their twisted and perverted
and only
ways.
the one guy actually did any like he actually
right?
This guy called.
The one guy
Yeah.
called making threats, and then this guy was attempting to lure but did not successfully.
good. That's so. Hey, 2 out of 3 ain't bad,
I
right? Like
guess.
we stopped 2. The third one we didn't stop, but she got away. So
Yeah.
I guess in some ways we can say 3 for 3. So, and again, I like the idea. Just a big sofa sleeper. They can all hang out together, and whatever they do to one another, I don't really care. Just load them all up. Let's go.
I promise it gets better. TriMet is expanding,
Hey!
and A very beloved Portland chef is coming back with his greatest hits. That's next on The Fan.
This is The Fan's window into sports.
For you. It feels like TriMet is being used less and less these days, but that's not stopping them from expanding services in Clackamas County.
It has been a while since I've ridden the old TriMet. I used to ride it like to events down at Moda Center. We'd catch it at the Lloyd Center and ride it on down, but it's been a long time.
Yeah, when I worked at NBC Sports Northwest over on like Southwest 12th, there I would take the Max into like the Goose Hollow station and walk over, but that's been, I don't know, I guess that's been like 3 or 4 years now, and so I don't know
if it was a better system, easier and honestly safer and cleaner, I like when you go to other places, look, if mass transit works, I'm all for it. It's just I don't think ours works very well. That, and I don't want fentanyl or to get shanked.
Well, one of these lines you may be just fine on because they're putting out a new weekday bus line that goes between Lake Oswego and West Lynn daily. So it's going to be for commuters and.
Sure.
And that seems to make a lot of sense because there's a lot of people trying to get that live in one trying to get to the other and vice versa. Yeah. And then let's see. Then there's another one that's going all the way down to where? Oh, now I lost it. Of course.
For hell's sakes.
Yeah. It goes all the way down to Oregon City though now. So that is going to. Oh, as I scan the article now that has moved around with ads and whatnot. Bloop, bloop, bloop.
Nothing into Vancouver.
Not yet.
Supposedly, when like in 800 years when we get the new bridge, supposedly there's supposed to be mass transit on that.
The new bridge where the I-5 one is?
Yeah.
Wasn't there supposed to be a toll too?
Oh yeah, I mean that'll be a given. But supposedly that's what torpedoed the last one was where the tolls and they wanted mass transit across it. But if there was a mass transit that worked, like someone here saying I take it to the Winterhawk games from the Sunset Station in Beaverton, 100%. If I could get one over by my house and take a mass transit system, whatever that is, and get down to the Moda Center in a convenient,
it'd be great.
I'd be all about it. Then you don't have to worry about driving and all that. It's just. I said, especially living over where I live, it's just, across the river is just not really an option.
So this new line 76, the one that includes Oregon City, is going to go from the Beaverton Transit Center all the way to the Oregon City Transit Center with stops in Westland, Tualatin, Tigard, and Beaverton.
So it's just what the Lakeo and Westland people want, a bus. Hey, I'm sure there's a lot of people out there that need that to get around and get to work. But it's weird that we just have such a, like here in the Northwest, and really across our country, we just have such a crappy view of mass transit. But if you go to other countries especially, and certain other cities, it's essential. Like you can't live in New York without being able to take the transit system. San Francisco with the BART and, like in Chicago, like you can't get by without it. But a lot of times in the U.S., we just crap all over them. And here, I don't think we've ever had a real positive view of the mass transit, which is weird because you would think in Portland, that we would have a phenomenal mass transit system and that we would all embrace it. But, no one wants to ride the fentanyl express.
Well, we do have a beloved chef coming back to Portland after they've been gone since, I believe, 2020. You're a big wing guy. I am too.
Yeah.
How did you feel about Pok Pok wings?
Oh, Pok Pok's delightful.
Yes.
Yeah,
so,
they shut down COVID.
That's right. So Pok Pok wings, they had, I think, 4 different locations, and all of them shut down in 2020 because of COVID. And the owner and chef, Andy Ricker, said that the reason for shutting them all down was to try to consolidate the money in hopes that they could reopen the original Division Street location.
Sure.
So that hasn't happened yet. Andy went back to Thailand to hone some more cooking skills, but now he's back, and he's running a special event at the restaurant Jeju. Have you been there yet?
That is delightful.
Is it? Okay,
Yes.
I've heard many good things. I've seen some stellar pictures.
The BTJ is a big fan of that. And it is good. It's high dining, but it's not it's not fancy.
Makes sense why I haven't heard of it.
Yeah, it's delightful.
But this it'll be a 2-night only event, September 8th and 9th, and we'll feature a fixed menu, 5 courses, and we'll play some of the hits from his Pok Pok days.
Right.
So I will not be in town that weekend. I'll be gone for my sister's wedding, but absolutely would be on my try to get a ticket list because those Pok Pok wings are probably my favorite Asian wings I've ever had.
Yeah, and Jeju is we went there for our anniversary. Like I think we went there like 2 years ago. We went. It's really good, and they do the whole menu tasting thing, and everything is phenomenal.
Is it
really cool spot?
Is it fusion or is it one specific type of Asian cuisine?
No, I think it's a fusion.
Okay.
Like you get a little bit of and I think the same thing. They just come out with the course. It's the set menu. Show up and there it is, and everything we had. And normally I'm pretty skeptical about that. It was absolutely delightful. That place was kick ass.
If you got the time and you got the coin, go get yourself some Pok Pok wings.
I mean, and it's Korean. I mean, it certainly is Korean, but I think there's a lot of different influences that get mixed in there.
That's all the time we have for In the News. Coming up next, your hot 5 at 5 right here on 1080 The Fan.
Experience high-speed
Primetime as Rop is out. Suk, Ortner, Buckley here with you for the remainder of your week as we roll into another preseason football and not really college football weekend.
I got hot Jags Falcons on right now. What are you talking about?
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, here. Trevor Lawrence, 8 of 10, 2 tutties. Let's go. Yeah, some people are playing
Earning that new contract.
Some people are playing starters. Some people are not. We got it's Trevor Lawrence versus the Heineken man, although they've given way now to the great Mac Jones. 1 and 2, 6 yards.
I love Mac Jones.
And if you notice, too, that their new receiver for Jacksonville, Brian Thomas Jr., goes by BTJ.
Oh!
Yeah.
And
Down in Jacksonville, they're calling him BTJ. And I'm like, whoa, buddy. Trademarked up here. You can't be BTJ.
That's right. We had someone ask, and this happens every couple weeks on the Vancouver Ford text line, but the significance of BTJ
My special lady friend, big time Japanese.
goes back to Suk's mom referring that not only is Suk's girlfriend Japanese, she is big time Japanese.
Hence, BTJ.
And there you have
we
it.
got Dolphins Bucks going on right now. We got a plethora right now of preseason football. Catch the fever. Baker Mayfield versus Mike White. Let's go.
Ooh.
Although Baker Mayfield played like 4 snaps, and now it's Kyle Trask. So
Yeah, 4 snaps, got 54 yards out of it. Look
Yeah.
out for Baker. He's not done
they're
yet.
saying Bucky White looked pretty good down in
Bucky Irving.
or Bucky Irving
'Cause
not
he's backing
Bucky-
up Rashad
He's
White.
backing up Rashad White. But yeah,
Yeah.
they were saying that Bucky has looked pretty good in the preseason.
Sounds like he's got a handle on that number 2 job and should see some snaps, some
Yeah.
carries as well. I also saw today. You remember our friend from Louisville, Detective Gillis?
Yes, him of the injured pants.
Yeah, him of the injured pants fame. I saw a story out of Louisville today that includes one of Gillis's co-workers. Turns out he may not be the only scumbag on the force there.
Oh yeah.
This officer's name is Javar Downs, and he's one of 3 officers who didn't turn on their body cam during the Scheffler thing. So
Of
you're like,
course.
yeah. And,
I always love that. I was like, oh, sorry, I forgot.
and we knew that Gillis had some checkered things in his past. Well, they just caught this guy, Javar Downs, pocketing $4,000 in money that he seized from a suspect that was being booked into jail. That's called theft, dude. You can't do that.
I often wonder how much that goes on. Like you see these drug busts where it's like, hey, we got like 100 pounds of meth and we received 212,000. I mean, 211. I mean, $198,000.
And you see it in cop shows where it's like, wait. Let's skim it before we call it in. If they come in and count it, we'll never be able to. And you're like, so like,
know.
just line your pockets a little bit.
I'm not gonna say what I would do, but hey, just say I understand. You can't do it. You can't do it. I'm just saying, maybe I understand it. That's the lethal weapon thing. He's like, it's enough money to put my kids through college. And Mel Gibson's like, take it. Hey, do something good with it. You're like, it's a valid point.
I don't have the biggest problem with it, but we have to have rules about something.
There's rules. Without rules, there's chaos. You can't have it.
I have
Or don't get caught.
one big rule in my life,
Ooh.
and that's if Mel Gibson says to do it, you probably shouldn't do it.
It's a valid point.
So I'm not going to steal any money that I come across in a drug bust.
You know, Will,
the Mel Gibson thing is hard for me because I loved
I
Mel
bet you do.
Mel Gibson's films. Dude, the guy hates some Jews, which is and some ethnic people, and really hates just everything and is an absolute scumbag of a human being.
yeah.
But the man knows how to make a movie. The man made the Lethal Weapon series.
Yep.
The man made Braveheart.
Yep.
The man makes a good war movie. Like
The Patriot was solid. I liked The Patriot.
It's painful for me because Mad Max said he won. He gave us Beyond Thunderdome. I hate him. I hate him, but he makes a good movie.
I think before you watch the movies, you have to put out a notes app apology to everyone. Like, I'm about to watch a Mel Gibson movie. I would like to apologize.
Yeah.
This
I
in
do
no way
not.
reflects my personal
That's
views or
right.
that of the company that I work
It's
for.
like every time like Man in the Mirror comes on or Thriller and I start singing along, I'm like,
Yeah, you know, I'm always surprised by that. There's certain cancellations that have happened in society, and I some of them I get, others I'm like whatever, but like the Michael Jackson stuff, like it's pretty like we all kind of understand what went on there,
I get
and
it.
we're still bopping around to his songs in the grocery store. It's wild to me.
Yeah.
R. Kelly, too.
Yeah, R. Kelly.
Yeah.
Except I think we're all kind of over it. Like R. Kelly actually got I think most people booted R. Kelly,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I don't feel like I hear the music anymore,
Nah,
but I
remix
hear the
to
Michael Jackson
Ignition.
music all the time still.
Remix to Ignition's still out there.
Is it? Well, look, if I Believe I Can Fly comes on, there's a good chance look, it's a
That
great
you're
tune.
gonna touch the sky.
It's a great tune. Well, we were at a Timbers game once, and is it Raise Every Voice, which is the Black National Anthem? You don't know what I'm talking about?
I don't know.
Yeah, there's a black national anthem, or at least that's what they call
Well,
it.
no, I knew that there is. I don't know the name of it.
And I think it's called Raise Every Voice. And and then of course some people are like, oh, they freak out about it. But it's not that
Lift Every Voice.
Lift Every Voice. It's just not that catchy of a tune. And so we were like, because like you would think like the national anthem, you want like a big old sort of thing. And I brought up like if it wasn't for the R. Kelly thing could be an anthem. Like that's a great anthem.
No, that's like the thing you send your country off to the Olympics at.
Yes!
Like, it's like, yeah.
I Believe I Can Fly. That should be the national anthem for that.
Yeah.
But you can't because it's
Yeah.
the kids thing and all that. And it's a great song, but every time it comes on, I'm always like a little like it's like
All right, we do have to kind of get to some news. It's time now for the Hot 5 at 5.
Hot topics, hot opinions,
Oh, golly, I'm hot today.
and hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
That's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Sue. Brought to you on The Fan by Victor Rico's Mexican Food, the most popular burrito spot in Oregon. Online at victorricos.com.
Also, too, don't watch Payback if you hate Mel Gibson
Number 5.
because it's a really good movie. Like, really good, criminally underrated. So good, but it's Mel Gibson, so don't.
I remember really liking
But if you do, you're going to love it.
Ransom back in the day.
Yeah,
with,
great movie.
With Gary Sinise.
But you can't watch it now because, it's...
Quit trying to make him okay.
Yeah, I'm not!
Yes,
The
you
dude's
are. That's
absolute
exactly
scum.
what you're doing.
He's scum. We Were Soldiers. Really good movie. He's scum.
All right, we were talking golf with Scotty Scheffler a moment ago. Well, we were talking police force with Scotty Scheffler a moment ago. But the BMW Championship Round 2 out in Colorado. Adam Scott with a buttery little 63. 9 under par on the day. I looked at his scorecard. Half birdies, half pars, nothing else. I'll never experience a round like that, but pretty damn impressive.
Yeah. More importantly, my $20 Max Homa bet is gone.
Oh, and you know what else? Your boy... in the
Disappeared.
Sakanic household, Hideki Matsuyama,
Matsuyama.
he was in second place, and he
Yeah.
had to withdraw with a back injury. He's out.
Oh, man. BTJ is not going to be happy about that.
Adam Scott leading that tournament by 3 strokes. He's 13 under. Keegan Bradley trailing him at 10 under par.
Number 4.
Number 4, briefly referenced this earlier today, but Storrs, Connecticut, far ways away from Dallas, not stopping them from meeting, though. The admins from UConn meeting with the Big 12 about the possibility that UConn joins that conference.
Yeah, like it's been a long. It's not a secret or anything that Yormark, the commissioner of the Big 12, wants that to be the preeminent basketball conference. And by the way, it kind of already is.
Yeah.
When you look at the schools they had, but there was always the whisper that they wanted to grab Gonzaga as a basketball only school and then UConn as a basketball only, but UConn may insist because UConn carries some serious huevos.
Oh, yeah.
That they're like, no, you take all of our sports. And whether you add one or both of those schools, I mean, and the Big 12 wants to sell their basketball rights separately than the football rights. And so it kind of makes sense to get, I don't know, the best college program in the country and sign them up.
If you can get them,
UConn.
you do it, whatever the
Well, and
cost.
supposedly ESPN is willing to front the bill so it doesn't cut into anyone else's payment. I don't know where that leaves Oregon State and Washington State, because you were hoping if the Big 12 expanded, you'd be included in that. But right now, what you're hearing is UConn, and then who knows, maybe a side of Gonzaga.
It's interesting, though, because they said that one of the things they would bring over was football, but that they would have to give it a runway because they wouldn't be ready to compete yet, that it was like 2031 by the time. So you would still technically have football spots available for an Oregon State or Washington State if you're trying to expand in that realm, but Seahawks preseason coming your way tomorrow against the Browns, but they've been active again. They made a trade yesterday. They traded another one today. They send Darrell Taylor to the Bears for pass rushing help. They receive a 6th-round pick in return. Now, they just picked up a linebacker yesterday, so maybe this is just a little bit of a shuffling deck chairs.
You see this all the time. You saw this with Dotson yesterday. What happens is when you get through camp, when someone's not having a great camp or someone else rises up and you realize that chances are they're not going to make the roster or they become very expendable. That's where you see these sorts of deals. You're like, hey, doesn't fit into our plans. So you move on from him and there's someone else that can pick him up that's weak in that spot and you get some draft capital. This is just anytime you see these trades at this point in the season, that's all it is wasn't going to make the roster.
It's the dawn of a new era, Jason. It is the dawn of the Dan Wilson era for the Mariners Baseball Club. Dan Wilson, his first game tonight as the Mariners skipper, as the M's host the San Francisco Giants. My San Francisco Giants. I thought it was interesting that that Dan Wilson said in his introductory presser, "This is going to be a lot of fun." I hope so, Dan. It can't be much worse.
I don't know. I mean, I guess it's fun to be the manager, but you're, 7.5 back in the wild card,
You're reeling.
5.5, you're reeling, and no offense, but Edgar's been their hitting coach before, didn't do anything. So unless someone starts hitting, now, if somehow the bats wake up, then yeah, it's fun, but this might be just painful.
Luis Castillo is on the hill for the M's tonight. Hayden Birdsong gets the start for the Giants. The Mariners now, by the way, dead even record of 64 and 64.
And more importantly, you got to have the Astros start losing. So, I mean, at this point, not only and they're beating the Orioles.
Yep.
This is the problem. Not only do you need to get hot,
You need help.
You need help.
And you haven't been getting it.
And no.
And you may not get
And
it.
the wild card doesn't look. You're going to need to win the division. You got to reel in the Astros, and good luck with that.
Seems unlikely. And our number one, this is the last day that we don't have college football until January. Because even if it's just a couple crappy games, it kicks off tomorrow morning in Dublin, Ireland. Florida State, Georgia Tech, the beginning of the 2024 football season.
I'll watch it. Look, I don't think it's going to be much of a game. Although I will say that it does seem a bit low. 10.5 on Florida State. I get a sawbuck on the Knolls.
Yeah, what do we think about DJU this year?
I understand that DJU isn't the end-all to be-all, but Florida State was an undefeated team, and I know they lost a lot, but Florida State is a good recruiter, and Georgia Tech sucks. So I'm just saying, my initial reaction to is only 10.5. I'll lay a little something on Florida State over there.
Both teams like to run the football. It's going to be week 0. It could be wet and cold and rainy out there. Lots of wind gusts. Maybe you bet the under and you follow Big Will bets.
Was going to ask about that.
55.5, by the way.
I caught it at 56.5.
Maybe we'll get into Big Will bets on the other side here, but one more NFL note coming at you before we get to Joey Harrington. That's all coming up right here on Primetime, 1080 The Fan.
It's The Fan
bracket here in just a moment. But right before we're going to break, Will indicated that Big Will Bets has a couple plays for this weekend. Will, where can we find those bets, by the way?
You can find those on 1080 on X and on Instagram.
By the way, Will,
Yes,
in
Jason.
Dublin, it's supposed to be 62 and sunny on Saturday. Get out of here.
Because
with
Well, then I got a bad weather report.
Well, that
there
was
with you.
I got a bad weather report.
I was going
then.
to call him to task because
Nope.
somebody on the text line, Rufio, says, "Is it really going to be cold and rainy, or
Nope.
are you just stereotyping all of
No,
Ireland?"
no, you know what? It was a change. It was I had seen that it was supposed to rain, and it has changed.
It's 54 and sunny right now. And then I looked on Saturday,
Sounds
and
pretty
it's,
cold.
and it's going to be 62, partly cloudy
Nope.
and sunny.
I
Get
saw
outta here-
rain. No,
Get out of here with your
no,
Dublin
the
weather
weatherman
report.
lied to me. I apologize.
Now, it does say on Sunday that there is a chance of rain. But yeah, it's supposed to be nice.
So
supposed
I
to be
can-
nice on
the
Saturday.
weatherman lied to me. I didn't realize that you two were big on Ireland weather
my,
apps.
My one of my dear friends is currently in Ireland right now, and he's reporting that it's delightful out there.
He's out there listening to this.
Yeah.
And I've
Just
got at
waiting to get us.
least 12.5% Irish blood, so I'm basically 100%.
Although having lived in
Red
Scotland,
beard, I'm Irish.
having lived in Scotland and spent plenty of time in Ireland, you're not wrong for assuming at any point in the year, if you say, "What's the weather like?"
Damp and
you,
gray?
and you said damp gray, you'd be like, "Yeah, that's about right." It doesn't really get warm there. It is in a constant state of, if it's not raining, give it a few hours. Chances are rain's gonna come in. But
Sounds
it's,
like I was right.
it's a wonderful place. But there's a reason why everyone over there is hot. The sun doesn't shine. Not a lot of tans over there.
So the other thing, though, that's tied to Big Will Bets is that Will divulged that he already made a trip up to A to place a couple bets.
Mhm.
We talked about this game on this crappy weekend slate a little bit earlier in the show.
Oh, it's pathetic.
Will has actually wagered on the Delaware State-Hawaii game. Would
I
you like
bet
to let
on
us
all-
in on that
I
one?
bet all 4 games.
Hey, when your girlfriend broke up with you because of your gambling problem,
She
Barstool-
just doesn't want the boys to have fun anymore. That's all she was. She is a man hater.
she's
just a
she
man
objects
hater.
to fun. She still will.
Boys aren't allowed
Stop
to have
talking
fun
me about
anymore.
your ba-
All right, at least give
Men
us
aren't allowed to have fun anymore. That's the issue in this country.
right or wrong. At least give us the play. What's the action in the Delaware State-Hawaii game?
I caught the under at 57.5. It's now at 56.
Do you still like it at 56?
Delaware State sucks.
So is
They're
that a
like,
yes?
yeah, it's
Okay.
like I don't remember the exact number. They're like 118 or 119 out of 120 in FCS in the SP plus. Last year, in 8 of their 11 games against FCS competition, they were under 20 points. They averaged under 20 points all of last year. They're horrible.
Luke, listen. Suk said this the other day, and I am totally here for it. If someone else has done a little bit more research than me and has one nugget or
all
tidbit,
you
I'm going
need.
to follow. So I don't really care about that analysis, but if you've done it and you think 56 still looks good, I'll probably tail that.
You gonna take Hawaii? You gonna lay the points? You gonna lay the 40.5?
No, I'm
think
going to
the
take the
great-
under. I'm going to take under 56.
I think the great Joe Fisher took Hawaii. We were arguing
he?
about it on Twitter.
All right.
Yeah, they lost. Just to give you a little taste of Delaware last year.
What's their mascot?
Looks like they're the Hornets
Okay.
or maybe some sort of wasp.
Maybe a monarch.
It's a stinging insect of some sort at Delaware State.
They are the Hornets, yeah.
Okay, the Hornets. So just to give you a taste, I'm not sure if you're familiar with the offensive juggernaut that is Army football,
Mm.
but Army beat them last year 57-0. That's right.
Hey, the
My
Delaware
under
State
would still hit.
the Delaware State Hornets have 2 claimed national titles.
All right. They did. They won one game last year, and that was against Virginia Lynchburg, 48-10. They dominated. They did also lose to Miami of Ohio, 62-20. So maybe that Hawaii, that 40-point spread, maybe maybe there's some value there in taking Hawaii.
They have put some guys in the NFL, but none
Delaware State has.
that it's John freaking Taylor of the 49ers went to Delaware State
down
apparently. That was the first one that I saw on here that I actually knew. But there's like
This
15 guys.
This is the worst week 1 or week 0 slate of all time.
Yeah. Well,
Florida
we
State,
used to not
Georgia-
even do week 0.
no.
And then we only did it because it's like we were going to start it on Thursday and we were going to give you top 10, top 15 matchups. And like now
we
it's
give
just,
you Montana State, New Mexico, SMU, Nevada, and Delaware State and Hawaii. Good God. And then we got some games on next Thursday. But again, I'm looking through. There's not one. Well, I guess Kansas versus Linwood. Does that blow your hair back?
hell yeah.
We got North Carolina, Minnesota. I guess North Dakota State,
Row
Colorado.
the boat. Row the boat.
North Dakota State, Colorado. That's on Thursday.
You know what? I'm here for anything that gets Prime riled up about whatever, and
Well,
any game for them is an opportunity for a meltdown for him.
Would you see they just banned a reporter from asking
Yes!
questions?
Yeah.
I guess there's a columnist at like the Denver Post that they don't like it because he says bad things about us.
Shouldn't have been saying bad things about him.
I ran through that bull junkie road.
So Dion in Colorado, he can come to practices, he can come to games because they didn't pull his credential, but he is not allowed
To speak with the
to
coach.
speak with the coach. Like he's not allowed to ask questions.
Can he ask written questions?
I just want him to
Submit it on a paper, fold it up, and slide it across the table onto the podium.
if I was there, I would do the just write me a question, and then I could be like a Jason Zucanik, Denver Gazette. Yeah, my colleague over there from the Denver Post and then I would just ask his question. That is so.
What we need is a press mutiny.
Seriously.
We need them to come together and say,
you want to talk about how douchey you can be? Really, you're banning. Like, hey, we don't want to ban you, but we don't like what you write about us. Therefore, you can't ask me questions.
in football, Deion Sanders has been a winner, but in the last 3 or 4 months, he's been exhibiting some serious loser behavior.
Well, everything that he does now, unfortunately, it just makes him look like a bitch.
Yeah.
It just does.
Yeah.
You know, from the CBS thing, you know who you are, to now this.
So weird.
They said after a series of sustained personal attacks on the football program and specifically Coach Prime, the CU Athletic Department, in conjunction with the football program, have decided to not take questions from Denver Post columnist Shane Keeler at football-related events. Wait, so Sean Keeler can go and ask basketball questions? What can he ask a question at a football-related event that doesn't involve football? Can he just ask random personal questions? Yeah, he said
that would be great. What did you have for breakfast today, Coach Prime?
Yeah, it says that he's still permitted to attend football-related I love football-related activities as a credentialed member of the media.
He looks like me and Jason Kelsey had a baby. Look at
Really?
this guy.
Oh yeah, he did. Yeah, but they said that he is not going to be made available, including coaches, players, and staff. He can talk to no one. So apparently they don't like that he has used the following terms: deposition Dion, the Bruce Lee of BS. He called him a false prophet, and he uses phrases such as Planet Prime, the Dion Kool-Aid, and circus.
You know
and
what?
He also says that the ban is indefinite.
I like Planet Prime. Like, what's going on over in Planet Prime? 'Cause he's kind of in his own world. That's good. Deposition Dion, has he been in a lot of depositions? Is that
I don't
His
know.
son was just
Based on
in one.
okay?
Yeah.
Got in a lot of trouble for tackling a security guard.
Well, that was the whole thing that ended up with him having to declare bankruptcy, right?
Yeah, there was a weird thing involving that. And so I guess at the last press conference, Dion addressed him specifically and said, "What happened to you to make you like this?" And then he added, "No, I'm serious. I want to help because it's not normal."
He's trying to get the
Wait,
devil
the
out of
reporter
him.
said this?
No,
or
no,
Dion said this?
Dion asked him. Dion accused him of, quote, always being on the attack, and then asked, "What happened to make you like this?" Quote, "No, I'm serious. I want to help because it's not normal."
Wow.
He's blaming the devil on him attacking Dion with his questions. That's
Yeah.
what Dion's doing.
And so they said during the exchange, the reporter in question asked multiple times if he could ask a football question, and Sanders declined before moving on to a reporter who asked about his birthday plans.
Oh my God. And did Dion give an answer?
He did. I've seen it.
God, he's the worst. He might be the worst.
He's the best, dude. This is awesome.
God.
And then after that, he moved on to another reporter who asked him, how important has Affleck been in your life? Sanders is a pain. He does the Affleck commercials. A reporter seriously asked him, how important is it for everyone to have Affleck as part of their life?
So you know what? Maybe
That's
they
the greatest
have the
question.
reporters banded together. Now they are mocking him on purpose.
That's the greatest question. That's the greatest question in news conference history. Excuse me, Coach Prime. How important is it for all of us to have Affleck as part of our life? Great question. Let me tell you. I'm sorry. That is amazing.
Yeah.
He planted that guy, right?
I would hope so.
That's what I like.
He planted it.
Once their other colleague got torched, did they just decide we're going to embarrass this dude?
Dude,
it feels like it.
I so wish that I was a member of the Colorado media, because I have not been to a press conference in a long time. I find them stupid, pointless. Nothing good comes of them. But I get it. people have to cover him. I SU not. I would go to these press conferences.
I would too.
100%. And I
Yes.
would ask
Get
questions.
your popcorn ready.
And I would ask questions about Aflac. Every question I would have would be about Aflac and supplementary life insurance.
So damn good.
Now, Coach Prime, if I am in an accident and I miss work, can you tell me about the sort of coverage that Aflac might provide and why we should all have it?
Is the duck real or is that CGI'd in? And if it is real, who handles the duck?
Yeah, and
Could I get banned by making fun of him by asking Aflac questions? Because it's not attacking. It would be.
I just want to know.
I just want to know. I'm supporting your ventures.
What was the other one? Didn't he do he did some sort of nut? He did like pistachios or something like that.
Yeah, I think there was a big pistachio campaign. Just keep asking him about his endorsements. Ask him about his sunglasses.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, one of those
the blenders.
Blenders, yeah.
Dude, that's just fantastic. That program it feels like, and maybe they turn it around, but boy, it just feels like that thing is a sinking ship.
I don't know who has him. I want to know the odds on him having this job this time next year. I don't think he's going to be there.
It's the duck nice.
Or is he a prima donna?
I've heard, Coach Prime, I've heard that duck is a real ass during those shoots.
Who has a bigger trailer, the duck or you?
Yeah. Started asking about Saban's comb over. Coach, I noticed that when you do those, Saban's quaff. Can we talk? Because Saban does have a sweet little comb over thing.
Yeah, he kind of does.
He's bald.
He's thinning up there. I want nothing but Aflac related questions. Let's go.
I'm here for it. Well, we did not get to Hall of Fame news.
Sorry,
but that
we
can
got
wait until
derailed.
Monday. Nothing will change by then. But we need to move on because we have our friend Joey Harrington coming up on the other side. But first, Ortner with SportsCenter.
Now,
needle in the butt.
Next thing you know, he's watching a Ben Affleck movie. He's like, I got to get ready. And now he's getting arrested. No, it was kind of creepy because I haven't seen anything from most of those guys never went on and did much of anything else. And
Well, that is literally what I was going to ask, because
Yeah.
I wonder if, like, having that type of success and that type of, I don't want to say fame, but, like, you know, everybody knows Smalls,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And to be that young, like, how do you handle becoming Smalls and then not having any sort of movie success after that? I mean, it's that, you know, we talk about the mental health thing, but, like, to be able to deal with that as a kid, like, no, I'm sure that had something to do with it.
Absolutely.
Did you guys see the one, like the kid from Mighty Ducks, Goldberg? He had a whole arc like that.
Yeah.
Like he went through, because he was the big heavy kid and that was his thing. And I think he was in like heavyweights and a couple other things. And he got into like hard drugs and theft. And he had a mugshot where it looked like he lost like 150 pounds. And I guess he finally straightened himself out, but it looked like it was going to a bad place.
Well, it can't be healthy for you to be, you know. I mean, I know some people turn out okay, but I just think in general, I mean, Joe, you got young kids. You imagine all of a sudden those kids are responsible for your family's financial well-being, and you know, mom takes them off to California while dad stays behind, and you know, I mean, I can only imagine. I know sports it can be tricky navigating it with the whole youth thing, but I gotta believe that Hollywood is 100 times worse.
Well, it worked out well for Dustin Diamond, so I don't know. I figure it should probably work out. You know, I don't know. I don't really buy your argument.
Yeah. I mean, do you pay any attention? Like, because I mean, we talk about youth sports a bunch, and your kids are very much into soccer, and you know, a lot of people come up and always want to, you know, ask me about their kids playing sports. Do you? I don't know, what kind of guardrails do you put in place, you know, for your kids when it comes to, I don't know, just I guess protecting them from what youth sports can be.
Yeah, we were Emily and I were talked about that from the beginning. You know, we were not going to feed into the, I want to say, just the pipeline. The one, you know, you have to specialize as a third grader, right? If you're not on a travel team by the time you're 10, then you know, then you're toast. Like, I'm sorry, like that's just a line that's fed to parents to get them to pay for more club sports, but it's also damaging to the kids, right? You know, for an 11-year-old to be told that you are a soccer player, you are a baseball player, you are, right, and all of a sudden you don't make the high school team, or somebody grows more than you do from, you know, from age 10 to 13, or you don't grow like somebody else, or and frankly, the fact that you're limiting all these experiences of teamwork and frankly adversity, right? Kids grow and learn and end up better, not by being a superstar, but by facing some sort of adversity and realizing, hey, you know what, I'm a really good soccer player, but when I play basketball, I'm not the best player. Like, how do I find a role? How do I fit in? How do I adjust? How do I say, oh, okay, like this is what it takes for me to be a good teammate? And now when I come back to soccer and see that kid who may fit into that role that I played in basketball, how do I interact with him? Like, that was the way that we dealt with it. It was like, we're not even going to validate, you know, you understand that at a certain point, like, you know, you get into high school sports and, you know, you got to be focused on it. But when our kids were 9, 10, 11 years old, no, thank you. Like, play sports and play everything that you possibly can all year long.
Yeah, and I feel like for a lot of kids, some of that's getting, like you said, it's kind of getting taken away because there's, you know, whether it's true or not, there's certainly a perception. I think with some cases it is that if you don't commit to that, you, at least in some coaches' eyes, or maybe even in skill wise as you develop, you kind of get left behind. And that's the part that bums me out, is no kid at 10 or 11 should be left behind because they don't want to do something year round.
It's dumb. Like, anybody who says that your 10-year-old's going to get left behind has never seen, is like, walk away. Like, I'm sorry. Like, if a coach tells you if your 10-year-old isn't on the travel ball team, or, you know, that they're not going to play high school sports, I'm sorry. Like, it's been fun, you know, thanks, but no thanks.
Amen. Because it's like, I tell people all the time, I mean, I got stories about, you know, we had a walk-on quarterback at BYU, and after a year, he was like, yeah, that ain't happening at quarterback. and he put on 25 pounds and then walked on as a tight end. And then 2 years later, finally got to play a little bit. Senior year, actually started, 3rd-round pick, played 9 years in the NFL as a tight end. And he was a walk-on. He was a walk-on quarterback. Took him 2.5 years to even get a scholarship. And actually, I think he went from tight end, or I think he went from quarterback to like D end to tight end. And I think it was his 3rd position. And his name was Doug Jolly, and he got drafted by the
I know Doug. Yeah.
got drafted by
I
the
remember that
Raiders
name.
and played a number of years. And I always tell people about that, and that he had never, and he just was one of those. He just was a good athlete, but he was never one specific thing. And you want to talk about late bloomers, and dude, the world's full of those kids, and it bums me to know that there's a lot of kids out there that will never get that opportunity because like they've been sold a bill of goods.
And I guarantee you that the best athlete or the best kid in whatever sport as a 9 or 10-year-old will not be the best kid in that sport as a 13 or 14-year-old.
Yep.
It won't.
Yep.
Because the kids who excel at age 9 and 10 are generally, they've developed sooner, right? Yeah, the kid that puts on a little bit of height and a little bit of muscle mass as a 13-year-old, all of a sudden, that superstar at 9 and 10 doesn't grow anymore. I don't know. We don't have. How do we get down? So we start from like
Ben Affleck.
Ben Affleck and steroids to substitute high school teachers in movies because Rop is gone, who, by the way, we haven't even discussed like how infrequently this guy actually works.
Especially
and
when
now
you're on.
we're on to like, yeah, no kidding. And now we're on to like life lessons about like youth sports. Can we please take a commercial break and reset? Because we have in the words of the immortal poet, David Spade, you have derailed. Like this is we have derailed.
This is all very true. We will reset. You're listening to Storytime with Joey Harrington, brought to you by Mods PDX on 1080 The Fan.
It's time for a Ducks Report, the inside story on Oregon athletics. Brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
We've got some inside information here from Ryan Buckley on potential earnings for Lanning with Oregon reaching the playoffs. If Oregon reaches the first round of the playoffs, Lanning can earn $150K. A second round or quarterfinal game would add an additional $200K, while a semifinal appearance would be worth $250,000. A spot in the national championship game pays $500,000. And lastly, if Coach Lanning's able to claim Oregon's first national championship, his annual salary will increase by $500,000 the following year and all subsequent years of the contract. Mods PDX, the future of building, is here.
The home of dirt and spray.
I'm Dirt.
Ben Gold. back to story time, or maybe it isn't story time. Maybe it's just football season with Joey Harrington. We still haven't really decided. Joey, have you recollected yourself after this break? Are you feeling ready to go for any topics, or do we need to go a specific route here?
No, you always know that I'm wide open. I was simply just saying that I was told last week that we weren't allowed to tell stories anymore. So, that we've graduated. I was told it was the last story time and we've moved to Football Friday. So, I keep an open mind. You just bring them and you put them on the tee and I'll knock them out of the park.
Fair enough. Well, let's tee it up with football first, and then I do have a dessert question for you on the back end as well.
Okay.
Football-wise, Suk and I were talking a little bit earlier about just all the changes that have happened from the end of last season to now, and how there's been just so much talk and rhetoric about how much the landscape has changed, how much the game has changed, how different it looks than before. Has everything that's happened changed at all what your expectations are for this season as how it's going to feel to consume the game?
Be more specific. What changes specifically are you talking about?
Realignment, the even higher
College
spike,
football realignment. Okay.
the higher spike in transfers, the new faces, new places, more so than ever before.
Right.
Suk and I were also talking about the way that different programs are trying to get money. The QR codes on the backs of the helmets.
QR code on the back of the helmet. Uh-huh.
So there are a lot of elements like that where I think people, whether it's on X or on your television set or on radio shows, maybe like this one, have talked about how different things are. Are you expecting that to be that way at all, or is it just going to come down to football as football once we kick things off again?
I have resigned myself to the fact that college football that I knew and that we all knew for the last 100 and plus odd years does not exist anymore, right? So, or I should say the structure under which it operates does not exist. Now, if you can accept that, then you move forward and you say, well, football's football. Right? They're just playing football. If you're not worried about the context in which it happens, then it's football. I am worried that if there isn't some sort of I don't think there's anybody who would not say that this is collegiate football is now professional football. If there is not some sort of collective bargaining agreement, some sort of oversight board, union, something to put in place some sort of guardrails, competitive balance, then we're going to end up in a situation that, where we were, call it the 1960s and 70s, where there's 8 to 10 teams who can compete because, they're buying the players and hiding them in hotel rooms and stacking their running back room. But, and that doesn't sit well with me. I don't like that possibility, but it still doesn't change. I guess I should say I look at it from the perspective of we're also on the inside of that, right? We're one of those, and I say we, Oregon is one of those 8 to 10 teams that has a shot and will continue to have a shot as long as they keep, spending in the way that the Georgias and the Alabamas and the Ohio States and the Michigans do. That's the reality of it. Now, if I was sitting on the outside and I'm Oregon State or I'm Washington State or I'm any of the other smaller schools, even, call it West Virginia or somebody that's in a smaller school in the Big 12 Conference, am I excited to watch it? I don't know. Not really, because I know that I don't really stand a chance. So I don't know. I think some of the excitement has been taken out of it in that you truly don't have an any given Saturday this year. You've got the haves and the have-nots more than you ever have. So it changes how you approach it that way. But at the end of the day, it's still football. If you love football, you're watching football.
Yeah, it's weird. You mentioned the guardrails and honestly, unless the government steps in and does some sort of antitrust thing, or they come up with, you get enough people together to come up with a set of rules. But again, without a collectively bargained agreement, they'll just keep losing in court. I just try to think about any other sport, because you mentioned it's professional sports. Can you imagine any other professional sport without a collective bargaining agreement where it was just owners, every owner, every player, every team got to do what they want. Oh my gosh. Like the amount of just absolute chaos that zombie land. I mean, it would just absolutely be Thunderdome, but it's a little bit of kind of what we have in college football. And that's, I guess I hadn't really thought about it that way, but when you kind of brought that up, it just kind of got me thinking. Imagine taking all the rules out of the NFL and you just said, hey, every team, do what you want.
Jerry
Go.
Jones, you
Right?
can pay whatever you want,
Right?
right?
You know,
And
just
well, yeah, it's at a certain level. I mean, it's a bad example, but in baseball, how many baseball teams actually have a chance to win the World Series every year? 8, 6.
yeah.
10. I mean, there's this whole group of MLB teams that even within the salary cap system, or not salary cap, but even within their collective bargaining system, they don't have a salary cap, and so there's teams that are going to stack it every single year, and teams that just say, nah, I'm good. I don't know. Again, if you're asking me about the football itself, I love watching football. If you're asking me about the structure under which the football operates in the collegiate system, yeah, we got issues. But, I just feel, thank God we're involved. Thank God we're on the inside and not the outside, like some, saps like BYU.
Hey, 1984 national championship, baby. We're going to hold on to that one forever.
Yeah, that might be the last time you see a trophy. I'm just saying.
I promise you it's the last time. But I mean, I hear from BYU fans and I tell them all the time, I'm like, good luck, man. Like everyone wants to pretend that they have a shot at it now that it's expanded. I just laugh. And I'm like, dude, you didn't have, if anything, you have a worse chance at it now. It's actually harder for those schools. It was easier under the old system, believe it or not, to have one fluky year and win 1 or 2 games. But the way it is now, no. It's actually harder.
Well, I will say that those teams, the BYU or whoever at each year, will have an easier time getting in.
Sure.
Right?
Yep.
You're going to have an easier time getting into the playoff. But the moment BYU lines up against Georgia, it's going to be a bloodbath.
Yep.
Right? And let's say fine. Let's say you pull a BYU over Oklahoma. You go Statue of Liberty and 2-point conversion and hook and ladder, and you find yourself winning one game in the college football playoff. Oh, guess what? Now you got to play. You did that against Georgia. Now you got to play Ohio State. Like there's just no way that those teams can consistently walk through the gauntlet of what is going to be a playoff system featuring teams that with $100 million salaries, payrolls.
Couldn't agree more. Boise State was a great game when they beat Oklahoma, but if Ohio State was, the next week would have been bad. And if you find a way there's another one after that, it ain't happening.
Nope.
All right, Joey, we know we got to get you out of here. Real quick, someone brought in an orange dreamsicle cheesecake to work today. Ooh. One, is that up your alley? Two, what is Joey Harrington's favorite dessert?
I mean, we're talking about like the orange sherbet and like that with the white inside. That is pretty. Okay, here's what I'll say. I'm going straight dreamsicle if it comes in a plastic cup with a wooden spoon that leaves a splinter on your tongue.
Excellent.
That's the place where dreamsicle exists. Mm-hmm. Cheesecake. I'm gonna say I have to go with my mother-in-law, Patty Hatton's cheesecake as the best cheesecake I've had. I don't know that I would combine a splintered tongue dreamsicle with Patty's cheesecake.
Understand. You got to have, again, guardrails. You got to protect someone from yourself. I get it.
Yeah, there are good things, there's lots of good things out there. That doesn't mean that you should put it all together and do it in excess.
I like it.
Well, that is all the time we have for today. Next week, however, we will have Ducks football, and we will have real football talk with Joey Harrington. Storytime with Joey Harrington is brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here. The club is coming up next. First, we need to find out what happened with that Sandlot guy. I'm not familiar with those details. It's 1080 The Fan.
Hey, it's Rob. My wife and I, we've done some building and some remodeling
You're also going to lose a significant amount of brain functionality for 72 hours, Morty. Starting right about now.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Souk is brought to you by Pub Beer, the official beer of cheap fun.
The following show may contain adult themes not suitable for children.
Shut the hell up.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Souk.
It does go well with a chicken.
I didn't know hanging out with you was making me smarter. Full disclosure, Morty, it's not. Temporary superintelligence is just a side effect of the mega seeds dissolving in your rectal cavity.
Oh, man.
Yeah, and once those seeds wear off, you're gonna lose most of your motor skills, and you're also gonna lose a significant amount of brain functionality for 72 hours, Morty. Starting right about now.
Smooth transition, boys.
Yeah,
Smooth.
welcome into the club. That is.
If I give you
that's
$1 million, could you do it?
That's professional work right there.
If I gave you $1 million right now, if I said, "Hey, Jason,
That's a great job.
Sukanik,
That was a great job.
Why don't you come over here?
Smooth as butter.
why don't you
Well,
come over here and find it?
Hold on,
and
Will.
set it
I'm
up
about to
yourself?"
fall on the sword for you. You don't even have to defend yourself.
I'm not defending myself. I just want to attack Jason.
Look at Will getting all tasty in there. He's like,
I
"I'm an ignorant boob."
For those inquiring parties, you may know that we are now sponsored by Pub Beer here in the club,
It's
and
about
so
time my drinking got an official sponsor. It's been unofficially sponsored for years. Let's go.
So we have some new Pub Beer elements for the club, imaging as we call it, where it's the jingles, it's the rejoiners, things like that. I put in the new rejoiner. What I accidentally deleted was the song about Club 1080 instead of the old jingle that doesn't have Pub Beer. So
Your balls jiggling?
Yeah, something like that. So this was operator error by the man sitting in this seat, and not so much Will.
It seemed like a Will problem to me.
I'm a man. I'm 40.
I would love to blame the producer for things like that I could essentially get off of my own plate, but being in that position plenty of times, it wasn't his fault.
What
It
I
was my
enjoy
fault.
about Will is Will takes it personally. Like when something goes wrong, you can see it on his face. It's that athlete in you.
I don't handle criticism
No,
well.
he does
I lash
not.
out.
He's
You want to
just
fight?
like,
I don't know if this is racist, but it probably
he goes
is.
all aggro.
And now Will's sad that he didn't get.
Partner smash bad. Bah.
He's sad he
I
didn't
am
get
an
to play
ignorant boob.
all the drops in the open, so now he's trying to make up for
I had
it.
a whole thing planned.
You can't just kick a homeless person off a bike and take it.
It was
true.
going to be great.
You can't. I did see a homeless person with a black toe, which was kind of a little gross.
Oh,
Yeah, they were
like it, like the kind of thing like where if you
Not
like,
a
wrap
black
piece of-
person with a black
No,
toe.
no.
Just a rotten toe. Yeah, and they were hanging it out of a window. It was a little. It was
Oh.
troublesome. You know, because they've got down in the encampment, basically in Will's backyard. I love that Will lives adjacent to the homeless encampment, just like a 5-iron away from it.
There's nothing I could do about it.
No,
I took
Hey.
an affordable apartment.
I totally get it, man. You got to go. Hey, it's why I live in Vancouver, right? It's cheaper. But you know,
Hop on this jock.
you know they got some cars down there. Like, they got a couple RVs. You know, it's and for a while there they had a bus. Well, I don't know what happened to the bus. They had like a city bus, and now the bus is gone. But they were sitting like in a burnout like Chevy like Cruze or something, like one of those little hatchbacks. And my gal was just sitting in the front seat, and the door was like kind of half open, and her foot. She did not have shoes on. Her foot was sticking out of the window. You know, like kind of like in a relaxing sort of way.
Sure, you're lounging, you're lamping.
And she appeared to be somewhat unconscious at the time. You know, it's kind of one of the. I don't know if she
kind
was
of fading in and out.
Yeah, I don't know if it was a siesta or maybe something else was going on. But you can't help but notice the Tootsie hanging out the window. And
Bigfoot guy, are you?
Lost a little circulation there, maybe.
look, when you're riding by and you see you see the foot, you know, first you're like, oh, it's someone's foot, and then you just see the black toe. And when I say it was black, I'm not talking like it was slightly discolored. No, it was like a Falcons football helmet. I mean, that thing was like black like Will's soul. It was just
Black,
dead.
please. Thank you.
And I just was like, whoa. I just, you know, you see something new every time that you go by there, and I had not witnessed. And look, let's be honest, the rest of the feet weren't exactly looking like, you know, in great shape.
Like the other feet you seem to look at a lot?
I'm not a big foot guy. I don't that's a fetish that I don't understand. I mean, I mean, everyone's entitled to their own thing. I don't get the feet thing.
I don't either.
I've
I've never. And listen, I get that people have kinks, people have fetishes, people have like weird.
Yeah.
Like there's enough stuff that I'm like, not my thing, but I can see how someone would be into it. I don't get it with that.
I don't get that one either. I don't understand the allure. I've never now I've looked at feet and been like, "Yee." And let me tell you, this foot was, "Yee." I don't know if I've ever seen a rotten toe. I've seen like rotten toenails and maybe a foot fungus or something. I've never seen
a digit.
Yeah, because like that's got to come off, right? Like that eventually just.
Oh, I mean, I think so. Yeah, that's going to amputation territory.
And that's the big toe too. Like it'd be one thing.
I assumed
no
least important, furthest off.
No,
but
no, big toe. And that's why I said it stuck out so much.
Although randomly, you know what I've heard? I've heard that that losing your big toe and pinky toe are the most important, that you can't get by if you lose one of those because they're the stabilizers.
Really?
If you want to lose a toe, you want to lose a middle toe.
Oh, well, that makes sense.
I think that's what Dion lost.
Did he lose his middle ones?
Have you seen his?
No, I
his
think
feet?
he lost his big toe.
Did he?
Maybe he did lose his
I'm
big
sure
toe.
we can
His
find
feet
out.
are messed up.
I think he lost the captain.
Here's
Good
the
thing
question:
he has
will
Affleck.
Dion answer questions about his toes?
I've got an Affleck question. It involves your toes.
Does your insurance? Does Affleck insurance cover toe amputation?
Affleck covers expenses that are not covered by regular insurance. I would assume that means amputee. But yeah, I've never looked at a pair of feet and thought that's a sexy pair of feet. Now I've been disgusted by feet. See the toe, and again, this is one of those that I felt bad for. And yeah, someone is asking. This is the same encampment where I saw the Armor All wipe being used to clean the frothing wound. I'm telling you, Will can back me up on this. You will see things down there literally on a daily basis that just will blow your mind that you've never seen before. And it's equal parts, you're fascinated by it, you're horrified, and then also some sadness. It's a mix of emotions. Like it's a rainbow of emotions. But I just had never seen the big rotten toe before. But yeah, I've just, the Rex Ryan thing, I don't know who looks at feet, because like, I guess you can go like on Feet Finder or whatever, and like you can sell.
I feel like it's it seems like it's a really common popular fetish.
Yeah.
And like,
Dude,
there are a lot of people into it.
I told my lady, I said, I don't know if the BTJ has feet that are like sexy feet. Again, I don't know. But I was like, dude, if you can sell your feet, sell your feet.
Yes.
Dude, 100%.
Don't got to put your face out there. I don't care what. Yeah, like.
Yeah,
I don't care.
We were at a show. We were at a country show in Bend like 2 years ago, and there was a dude, and he asked my buddy's wife if he could, because they were on the grass. I guess it's not real grass. It's like the turf at the amphitheater down there, and a guy asked if he could take a photo of my buddy's wife's feet.
What?
Well, it was
who feels comfortable enough to come out and ask that to a stranger?
Well, it was a Kenny Chesney concert, and so his thing is No Shoes Nation.
Okay,
right?
yeah.
That's like his whole deal.
Yeah.
And so I think the guy was like trying to do like, hey, it's No Shoe Nation. Can we
Get
take
it?
We
Get
take
it?
we
No,
take
this
a
is
photo?
for your personal bank, dude.
And my buddy got really because she was like, absolutely. So he was taking photos of her feet, and my buddy did not like it at all. And she was completely oblivious to the idea. She's a very wholesome gal. And so she was of the faith, and so she was not aware of all the dirty pervs that are interested in feet pics. And so that night at their kitchen table, we did do a deep dive together on the seedy underbelly of foot fetishes. And there's like Foot Finder or Foot whatever. Like there's a website where people just like upload their feet. And I was like, dude, you should be grateful. I'm like, if your wife's got sexy feet, sell those puppies.
Cash cow, baby.
He didn't like it. He did not like.
He's not a fan of Arch Madness.
I'm telling
you. No, he
have-
did not like it at all. And I was like, and he was legitimately bothered, so I didn't want to stoke the fire. But there was part of me was like,
it's a foot.
It's a
Just
foot.
put it
Who
on there.
cares? Like, who cares? No one knows. It's like, is someone going to be looking through that and be like, wait, I know whose feet that.
I know exactly who that is. I can't believe she's on this website.
Sort of filth is going on.
No.
But yeah, dude was going around the Kenny Chesney show because, taking photos of people's feet under the guise of No Shoes Nation.
Man, just imagine going to a concert with the goal to curate as many feet pics as you can. That is some ambition.
Yeah, I don't.
Special breed.
I mean, I get told my feet are gross, so I don't think anyone.
Yeah, I don't.
I don't think anyone's looking at my feet because the people that love me tell me that my feet are
My
gross.
feet, I feel like, are getting gross, and I'm
Yeah.
not really doing anything different. I'm not treating them any better or poorer than before, but like they just get like dry and kind of cracked. I'm not a fan.
Well, I've got I got mat toes.
Yeah, I've heard. Ugh.
Yeah, they get rough because you
Get
you know,
mangled and twisted.
well, and you're
uh,
constantly pressing on the insides of your feet, like on the mats at when you're doing jujitsu. So you just end up with really really bad calluses, and one of mine kind of has like a hole in it. It kind of looks like the eye from Lord of the Rings. It's just kind of black in there, and it's not good.
Nice.
And it's been there for like 4 years, and it's not like it's permanent. It's just
It's not going anywhere.
I don't know what's going on. We went to my gal took me to a pedicure place once.
Yeah.
And I didn't think anything about it. I was like, I'm just going to get a pedicure. I've had that. And the poor lady, like the Vietnamese lady.
It was like Dumb and Dumber when they go in and they got the big buffer on it.
I think the lady was mildly uncomfortable. And then like my gal had to apologize for my toe. And then like, what is it? The bunion when your big toe starts to like curve out.
You got bunions, bro?
Well, is that the bunion where like your big toe starts to curve
Bunions
out?
are gross.
Oh, dude, I've got like, my thing's like at a 45
Call
degree
you
angle.
Tobo Cop?
Dude, that thing is like
Tobo-Cop,
There is
okay.
a whole. It's like a banana thing happening down there. And
Is it
again,
you?
it comes with it. Like when you're on the mats for a lot, you just get weird feet. And my feet are very veiny too.
Nice.
And I don't know. I always thought the veiny thing would be like good. Like if you get like veins in your arms, that's a good thing. Apparently veins in your feet, not so much. And I got long toes.
Well, I'm not very interested in hearing any more about your feet.
Someone out
or
there right
anyone
now
else's.
is like, tell me more.
Someone is really excited about this
Some
segment.
listeners are getting hot and bothered, but not the people in this studio. I want to get to something that came up with Joey. I didn't expect this today, but the Tom Geary, you may know him as Scotty Smalls.
I told you,
arrest.
I saw this just the other day. It was
Dude,
like a week ago. It's rough, dude. It's rough.
We've seen child actors who get into trouble as adults, and most of the time it's like public intoxication or they're like caught with pot when they're like still teenagers or something. Boy, we dug into the details of this thing, and
dude,
your boy had a couple. I
He
think
just looks rough.
so. We're gonna get to what Scotty Smalls did coming up on the other side of the break. Plus the 50 most popular snacks at Costco. I still have to get to.
I do love snacks.
We'll get to all that coming up on the club on the Fan.
A home for the Beavs and Cougs?
For Oregon.
A cloud of judgment, handing down life lessons to all the sinners.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Souk is brought to you by Pub Beer, the official beer of Cheap Fun.
Double sun power!
Kick the ball, you little bitch.
All right, we are back in the club, and I feel like we need a little palate cleanser after the foot talk. Not my thing. I think I'm not someone who thinks feet are so gross that I can't see them, don't touch me. But for the most part, like, just not interested. Don't need to know the details.
You ever wonder if like Buck says that, but then he goes home and he secretly is a giant foot guy and he pees in the sink?
Oh. Yeah,
he's like, "What?
In the sink.
This is disgusting."
Are you actually asking? Because we had this.
Are you
on,
a sink peer?
Is this a young roommate thing? Like,
sometimes it's a funny bit.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't do it now because I'm the only one who uses my bathroom. So
we had
why
a
would I
guy
do
that texted in on the Vancouver Ford text line like a week or so ago that was trying to defend his sink peeing, and we had a couple people that were closet sink peers.
Yeah,
they came out and
they're saying
in
it's
support
more
of him.
convenient and it saves water, and I don't really think either of those are very true. Maybe the non-flushing part, sure, but then you have pee in your sink.
Apparently,
so.
there's an entire community of sink peers out there, and apparently Will's one of them.
I mean, I've heard
It's
of
a
it
funny
when
bit
all
if you can do it.
I've heard of it when all bathrooms are occupied and you don't have a place to go, and you're indoors and can't go outside. But like, that's a very unique circumstance.
you go outside. You do it when you're like at your buddy's house in college, and you're like, this will be funny.
You
But you
show
think about
them.
all the things that people are like, I would never do that, but like people are doing it. No one just wants to admit to being a sink peer. I don't think people want to admit to being a foot fetish guy, but there's obviously out there. So I'm just saying.
No, it's all over X. People might be opening it up more to being a foot guy or girl.
You never know.
So, no more feet. Do you like boobs?
Well, who doesn't?
We have a boobs sports related controversy.
Show you my boobs.
I don't know if you saw this. You may be familiar with the name Taylor Mathis. Does that mean anything to you?
It sounds familiar to me.
It's because I sent you one of her tweets last week.
He's trying to be coy about it. I don't know if I've ever heard of this person
I ain't
before.
playing that. No,
This is the bet walker.
this
lady,
is
right?
Walking Bets Taylor Mathis.
Well,
Yes. Well,
not the bet walker.
That's the controversy. We have we have the up tops ready to throw down.
All right.
What's going on here for those who aren't familiar? Because I think a lot of this happened off mic, but there is, as we follow the gambling world that turns, there are different people putting out content all the time. There's a woman named Taylor Mathis. She's on Instagram at TMathSports. I think that might be the same as on Twitter as well. But basically, she just gives out her plays for the day, walking around.
With enormous up tops.
That
jiggle.
Usually showing some cleavage.
Yeah.
Always bouncing.
Yeah.
That's kind of her thing.
And I just love how Buck sent me this. I'd never seen this gal before, but she had a big following. And I love scrolling down and like list the guys on there like, oh my God, I love your content. You are just the best. I just love following your bets. I'm like,
gives out winners.
How simp can guys be?
You have no idea.
That's all it takes is just someone with some cleavage walking and talking about gambling. You're like, this is the best thing I've ever seen.
So we have controversy because another individual who our own Will Ortner has worked with,
Friend
and
of the program,
and Brandon Sprague as well. She works for Odyssey. She does betting content. Her name is Lucy Burge, and she did Walking Bets first.
She did.
So,
well, let me ask you this: does she do walking bets with big up tops?
Well, that's part of it, and and so I would say this is akin to like when comedians claim someone else is stealing their bit.
Yeah,
I would say that maybe Taylor has gone a little more overboard in what she's trying to accomplish.
I see it here. So
Lucy may be a little bit more reserved, but
I'm looking here at Lucy's
Lucy
post.
does an outfit of the day.
So she's saying Friday bets. Lucy's a hot. And she's wearing on this. She's wearing Daisy Duke shorts and a skin tight snake skin top with with the up tops. And she does. Yeah, I mean this is what she's doing. She's doing the exact same thing.
So
she's just a hot. She's a hot person. The only reason anyone's watching this is because she's hot. She shows her entire body while talking about her, and she does like the full turn so you can see her hips and everything else shaking. She's a hot.
No, she's showing her outfit.
What she is an entrepreneur, and or I guess she's an innovator,
trendsetter.
So she's claiming that the idea of talking about bets while being hot is exclusively hers.
So basically, so what happened is there was a Barstool, gambling show, and Taylor Mathis commented on it, basically saying if you want more views, like Walking Bets gets more views than anything.
Yeah.
And so then Lucy chimed in like, yeah, that's like my bit. She stole that from me. And then that turned into essentially now Taylor saying, I didn't think women were here to tear each other down in this industry. And it's turned into one of those things. And then Taylor...
This is the dumbest argument
Yeah,
of all
Taylor goes
time.
on to say that she is just a small-town girl from Sandwich, Illinois, looking to make it in the sports media landscape, and can't believe that someone would want to talk to another woman that way.
Oh, my God.
But apparently that's where the beef has kind of ended, and then Taylor made it out like she's not built for this internet world. Oh, yeah, she actually said this, quote, I'm not built for the internet. I'm just a small-town girl from Sandwich, Illinois, trying to make my way in the sports industry.
You know, I have a...
And what did she do the next day?
She
posted more Walking Bets.
She did it 2 hours later.
All right. Let me just state this again, and I don't care if anyone gets mad at me because I've done this plenty of times.
I'm angry.
Can we please stop with why do we have to pretend that this is anything other than just hots? We do this all the time with like who are the two twin basketball players?
The Cavenders.
The Cavenders.
Paige and Haley Cavender.
Or Lily
and Hannah.
or Livy
I
Dunn.
consume their content.
Or any of these. It drives me crazy when they're just so talented on. No, they're not. They're hot, and they go in front of their camera, and they're hot, and then it's loosely tied to sports, and then a lot of dudes will consume anything because they're hot. So no offense to Lucy here, who I'm sure is a wonderful human being, and I'm sure her bets are amazing. The only reason, and I mean the only reason, anyone is watching her things is because she's hot and she wears tight-fitting outfits. And this other gal is doing the exact same thing, just with bigger up tops. So can we please stop pretending this has anything to do with gambling, this has anything to do with talent? You're hot. Now, if you think hot's being a talent, God bless you. And I say make all the money you can. But it drives me crazy when these people act like it's some sort of like trademark. That's my thing. What, being hot's your thing?
So here's where this dovetails back into us.
I was like, I'll defend her.
One of us here posts betting content weekly.
That
talking
is
about
true.
Big Will bets. A trend now since this war of walking bets is other dudes just who aren't hot just going around walking doing their bets. I think Will can corner the standing bets market. He already stands there in front of a wall and does his bets. Maybe your standing bets are the thing of the future.
I have trademarked standing in your closet with a ring light making bets.
Well,
also,
you have what, like 2,000, 3,000? How many followers do you have? A couple thousand?
You said 1,000?
Yeah.
Try 100.
Okay. Well, Lucy has 65,000 followers. So what you need to do to get to 65,000 followers is be hot. So if
I'm trying, dude. I go to the gym.
Will is getting hot.
If you could be hotter, it's just try.
I'm trying every day.
All I ask for in my media beefs is transparency. That's all I ask. And I don't hate on anyone when it comes to this. Because if I was hot and had giant up tops, I would do the exact same thing. But please stop giving people credit for doing something other than being hot. Because that's all that is. They are not talented at this. They're just hot. And they're giving men two things that they want. They're smart enough to figure out that men like to gamble and men like hots. And by the way, I'm guessing that 99% of the people that follow Lucy don't actually follow any of her betting advice. They just watch. They just watch and then the comment, oh my God, you're the best. I love you. I wish my wife was like you.
I've done shows with Lucy. Lucy's very talented.
I'm sure she's wonderful.
She's done a lot of shows with Sprague. She's done a lot of shows, a couple shows with me.
She's great.
She does a great job. I would push back on your she's not talented. I would say that she is very talented.
I'm sure she's great at what she does, but she's great at what
winners.
I'm sure she does. I'm sure her picks are amazing and that she wins at 80% clip.
She helped me win the Jaylen Brown Finals MVP bet.
All right, the details of Scotty Smalls from
And that's why she
Sandlot.
has 65,000 followers, right? Because of her winners.
I made
Probably.
me follow her.
Is that why?
I didn't follow her until that winner.
Yeah, you followed her because of the winners.
We work together. I follow you. We work together. Not following you because of your hotness. That's for sure.
Well, I think you might be.
It's just, yeah. Livy Dunn is so talented.
She is.
She's so good on
Her
TikTok.
TikTok content is second to none.
You guys are
But,
acting like
the
she's not
way-
a D1 gymnast over here. This is ridiculous. This show is misogynistic. I can't believe I have to be on this show.
All I ask for is just an ounce of honesty.
I am being honest. You're
just
misogynistic.
Just an ounce. Just this much.
I can't believe I have to deal with this.
Hey, Jason Momoa is the same way. That guy can't act his way out of a paper bag, and it doesn't matter because that dude's like the best looking guy on the
Beefcake.
planet.
Yeah.
And so therefore he gets to be Aquaman. It works both ways. But do we pretend that Jason Momoa is a great actor? I hope not, because he's not. He certainly looks the part.
I like some of his movies.
Being hot helps. It helps with everything.
He's a great Aquaman.
The best Costco snacks and why Scotty Smalls from Sandlot got arrested coming up on the club. But first, Will with Sports Center.
Now, from the fan. Beer, the official beer of Cheap Fun.
Double Sun Power!
That's right. We got a beer sponsor now, boys.
Hells yeah. I'm going to go have a couple after this.
I think that's a good idea.
By the way, I like that someone on the Vancouver 4 text line, I have to admit, I follow Lucy on Twitter and I don't have a betting account. That's right. That betting content, baby. That betting content. Gotta love it.
Content can take on many forms, as
That's
we've
right.
seen in the war of
Hells
walking
yeah.
bets.
I'm tired of this misogynistic
And I'll say it,
show.
I'll
Guess
say it,
what?
I'll
We're
scream-
pivoting anyways.
I'll scream it from the mountaintop. Do you make your money? You do whatever you got to do.
Tired of you.
We all use we all use the talents that we have, and God bless everyone for out there. For, like I said, I don't fault anyone for getting what they can get.
Scotty Smalls.
Piece of garbage.
Scotty Smalls or Costco snacks? Where do you want to go?
Ooh, the Smalls one. I mean, that's just quick. It's just rough.
Yeah.
That came up because Joey brought up the Sandlot.
Yeah. Which,
And-
by the way, I've been thinking about the Sandlot's parallels to whatever religion class he was in.
Yeah.
I think I might be onto something with the Beast, but we'll get to that later.
Yeah, the guy that played Smalls, it was funny. He brought up the Sandlot, and like a week or so ago, I saw him. He was on TMZ.
He's 43 now.
Yeah, he looks like hell.
Yep.
And yeah, he got caught. He went over to his neighbor's house, and by the way, he's S-house drunk. He's shirtless, and he looks about the way you would think someone in South Carolina that's shirtless that's going over to his neighbor's house. And he goes over and he whips out a knife. He's like kicking their front door. He's like on the Ring camera. He's like raising the knife. And then I don't know where he gets it, but he picks up a 35-pound dumbbell and throws it at her Jeep. It's like, whoops.
Dude, what?
And a shocker, he was arrested.
Oh, now there's ring cam footage.
Yeah, you haven't seen that.
I didn't see the ring
Oh,
cam
no, there's
footage.
ring cam.
Oh boy, yeah, you can see him there shirtless in his jeans going overhand hammer throw with the freaking dumbbell right into that Jeep Wrangler.
Yeah, it goes right at it, man.
Good Lord, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was reading the report where they had like the conversation between them where the police arrived and the victim is telling him, really, my window's been shattered. And he goes, that sucks, man. I'll pay you back. I'm sorry. I'm going to get you back. I did it. I'm sorry, man. I'm coming back to get you. I'm sorry, brother. I'll pay you back.
Yeah, he did apologize. Did apologize to the neighbor, but in a shocking turn of events, you can't threaten your neighbor with a knife and then throw a dumbbell through his car and then just be like, whoops, my bad. You know, that doesn't work. Maybe if he was making bets on his way shirtless, walking up to the ring cam with the knife, then everyone would have forgiven him. But no, he went to jail for this one. And the mugshot is great.
Yeah, it says that he pleaded guilty to assault and battery, disorderly conduct, and malicious damaging.
Yeah.
Also ordered to pay fines totaling $757.
He was also arrested in 2013. It turned out that he headbutted a police officer in the Houston airport.
Yeah,
he was told that he was too intoxicated to board a plane, so his response was that he headbutted the cop.
Yeah, I saw the headshot or the mugshot from that one too. Also not great.
No. So something tells me that old Smalls here, he might have a little drinky poo problem.
Some sort of substance intake issue.
You might need to back that off a scooch.
Well,
because obviously we're making poor choices. I'm not sure which one is the poorest of the choices: the knife, the camera, the dumbbell, or I'm guessing headbutting the cop. Now I've never threatened with a knife. I've never thrown something through a windshield, and I've also never headbutted a cop. But if we're power ranking those, I'm gonna say headbutt the cop number 1, knife number 2, dumbbell probably number 3. But they all get you arrested.
Yeah. My brother avoided arrest trying to take a swing at a cop once.
Really?
Yeah. That was because he was passed out in the back of like a cab or an Uber or something like that, that was going to take him home, and the driver couldn't get him to wake up, and so the guy was shaking him, and my brother thought when he came to that someone was trying to hurt him, so he took a swing, and then that guy called the cops, and the cops came, and my brother took a swing at them too. And
Did he get tased or something?
No, he didn't get tased. Luckily,
they didn't lay the boots to him.
The cop knew the bar owner, and my brother had worked at that bar. So
I'm just guessing, and I haven't seen any security footage, but I'm guessing that when little ass Thomas Gary here, Smalls, and by the way, disappointing he's not wearing the long billed hat.
Oh,
in the
fish
mugshot.
hat? Yeah.
How great would it be if he was wearing that hat shirtless in the video? Because he's wearing jeans. And by the way, no one looks good unless you're a model. No one looks good shirtless in a pair of jeans.
No.
It's the worst look. If you're a pasty white chubby guy, there's no worse look than shirtless in a pair of jeans.
Just hanging over.
Yeah, the boiler out.
No.
White,
No.
wet T-shirt.
Ooh, that's pretty
White,
rough.
wet T-shirt in swim trunks. at the swimming pool.
Yeah, that's another one. If you are in the Husky teen section, if that's where you shop, the wet T-shirt in the pool, it's not hiding anything. In fact, it actually just makes it worse.
Portland comedian Ian Carmel wrote a best-selling book on that called T-Shirt Swim Club about being a fat little kid and weight loss and all of that.
Oh yeah, look, anyone that's been a chubby kid understands like some of the true perils of childhood. Swim parties.
But I've never understood
scoliosis testing.
But the T-shirt at the pool I've never understood because I've always thought, like Will says, even if you're big, it makes you look worse. Like because it sticks to you. Like I don't know. Why wouldn't you just be shirtless?
We used to do it to avoid sunscreen, and then I realized it was just like, dude, this is bad for you. Stop.
Yeah, and
just
then as you got older, there was like the chubby kid that was like, I'm so crazy, I'm just gonna jump into the pool with my clothes on because I'm so crazy. And the reality, you're like, well, you're just trying to keep your shit.
The smart move by the big fat kid is you go into the deep end and you never come out.
No.
Yeah,
you jump in right away.
As the Husky
you stay
kid,
down.
Exactly. You go. This is what you do. You got to put your. This is for fat kids everywhere or adults. You put your towel right by the edge of the pool, right, and you go jumping jack flash style. You take your shirt off and you cannonball into the pool as soon as possible. And then no matter what depth of the pool you're in, you're always in neck deep water. If you're in 3 feet of water, guess what? You're on your knees.
Yep.
You just constantly stay neck deep. Then
it's possible. You can have a great day.
Yeah. And then as soon as you get out of the pool, you head right to the towel and you do an aggressive face dry because then the towel drapes in front of you. And then you just do a nice towel wrap around, get your shirt back on, you're good to go.
You can even do the big beach towel over the neck. It covers the man boobs. It covers the belly a little bit.
I'm telling you guys, that is a much better strategy than trying to go shirt on. I promise you, the shirt on is doing nothing to help you. You think it's a Snuggie of comfort, but in reality, it's just a Snuggie of spandex that just makes you look really, really bad. Go with the neck deep water, and the oversized towel is your best friend.
And always buy a size too big of clothing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Loose is your friend.
Absolutely. There's, to me, nothing. I think few things are worse for a big guy than trying to watching someone try to fit into something that's one size too small. It's just there are clothes made that can make you look better, and they're just a size up. Yeah, it takes swallowing some pride to say I'm there, but you don't want to be wearing the one size too small when you're that size. You just don't.
No, it's important. When you're a bigger guy, you definitely got to dress for the body. You got to know what works.
Success.
But also don't wear the muumuu. You know, there's a happy medium ground.
That's right.
But either way, back to check out the Smalls mugshot in the video. It's not good. I think it's been a rough go of it for Thomas Gary. You can add him into the long list of childhood actors. Didn't go well. Did not go well. And it's weird to see child actors grown up now and all grizzled, because he's like my age. He's like in his 40s.
Wow,
he's all grizzled and just
his whole innocent boyish thing is like still kind of there a little bit, but he just looks like a sad version of that.
Is he like the main character in the movie?
Yeah.
He and Benny the Jet. He's the kid that moves into the neighborhood, and the other neighborhood kids like allow him to be in the Sandlot game. And
I think Benny the Jet now. He's a firefighter in LA.
I think that's I heard about that. Yeah, he's
not a pilot.
No, he is not a pilot. But he's like a.
Is that a plain joke?
He's a handsome guy.
Is that why they called him the Jet? Like I've never seen the movie.
How's that working out for you?
Will needs to see the Sandlot.
How's that dad joke?
You got to see the Sandlot.
I got to laugh just like you got someone to be excited about your feet.
Hey, dad attire is something that can be found at Costco. Also, some delicious snacks. We'll wrap it up with the best Costco has to offer next on the Fan.
The home of Dirt and Spray. with Isaac and Souk is brought to you by Pub Beer, the official beer of Cheap Fun.
Double Sun Power!
Welcome back into the club. We started this program talking about men's clothing and the fashion of Costco.
Oh, yes. The
But
one-stop shop.
There's one thing we can agree on is that Costco provides delicious snacks.
Dude, Costco provides a lot of things. Like the pre-made, like
Yeah.
just heat up like food that Costco has. Like they
Yup.
got burn ends and like the carnitas and all that. They got a really good like lamb kebabs. Like I'm sorry, that stuff from Costco, that stuff's dialed.
Whoever does like their buying, like from who basically decides which items they're going to stock their stores with, they
Yeah.
do a great job.
Yes, they do. Kudos to you, Costco.
So a website, couponbirds.com, put together a list of the most 50 beloved Costco snacks, and the way that they rated them was there have been over 145,000 customer reviews on Costco.com. So what they did was they took the highest percentage of 5-star reviews
Okay.
for all the snacks, and they broke them down into categories. So they did like a top 50, but they're all in different categories. So I don't know if you want to know like what's going on with the top 10 or if there's
Now,
I'll tell you the categories.
Does the Costco hot dog does that count? Because that's like
No, it does not.
that might be the most famous food item in the country. Like the
Yes.
Costco $1.50 like hot dog soda combo. It's like the inflation proof. Like that thing is, I mean, it's world famous. I mean, it's not hot girls walking while giving out bets famous, but that thing is a big deal.
It is a big deal, and
It's the only reason I hate Costco because the BTJ goes there and then I can't get out of there for like 9 hours. But sometimes she'll lure me in with, hey, you get a hot dog. I'm like, yeah. And then if it's a long trip, I'll get one of the little ice cream sundaes
Those are the best.
as I keep walking.
So there was an article that came out in 2018 on Mental Floss was the website about that Costco hot dog.
Yeah.
And I guess during a 2018 luncheon, Costco's CEO, whose name is W. Craig Jelinek, told the story of when he was COO, and apparently he told the co-founder and then CEO that they needed to raise the price of the hot dog
Yeah, and he was
because
like,
they were
"Hell
losing
no."
money. And he said, quote, I came to Jim, and once I said, Jim, we can't sell this hot dog for $1.50, he recalled, he said, we're losing our rear ends. If you raise the effing hot dog, though, I will kill you. Figure it out.
A freaking man.
You
Don't
trim
touch the
fat
dog.
Anywhere else you need to, the dog stays
the dog
$1.50.
stays put. Even get rid of the soda. I don't even care about the soda.
It's to throw in, yeah. I
Well,
mean,
the soda probably cost him like 7 cents.
right.
I don't even, like half the time, I'm like, just give me the hot dog.
So the categories they gave us for these snacks are chocolates, cookies, crackers, dried fruit, gum and mints, hard candy and gummy candy, nuts and seeds, protein or breakfast and snack bars, and snacks or trail mix. Is there a particular category that you lean towards?
Dude, well, I tend to like the, because I try not to eat like crap when I'm at home. I save that for bars. And so I usually tend to go towards like your nuts and seeds, or like jerky.
Yep.
Because they have like beef jerky, by the way, is, I don't know why that's the most expensive thing known to man.
Ridiculously overpriced.
Yeah, yeah. I got a buddy of mine that I recently met, and he works over at Old Trapper, and I was trying to grill him. I'm like, hey man, what the hell? Why is your beef jerky roughly the price of like gold? And he went through a whole thing. Apparently, it takes a lot to manufacture. But yeah, I tend to go with the like when you're checking out of the Costco, the snack aisles are right there, like right
all
at the
near
checkout,
the front, so you
right?
can just see something while you're waiting. Be like, I need a bag of that.
And you're usually going to get me with some sort of nut cluster or some sort of jerky. You're going to get me. Like they have these little cashew cluster like
Yep.
squares. Oh, so damn good.
So in that category, the number one favorite item is the signature pecan halves.
Okay.
I've never bought them, but a 90%
Just the-
5-star
the
rating.
regular pecan halves, huh?
Followed by walnut pieces.
Yeah. No, I'm telling you.
Followed by finally the Blue Diamond Smokehouse almonds.
Well, there's nothing wrong with that. And if you're doing the Blue Diamond, I recommend the wasabi.
Ooh, I like those. Yeah, those, I
the
think those are better.
wasabi, or they've got a sweet chili, a Thai sweet chili. But I'm telling you, I'm right here, $10.99. Give the Kirkland Signature Cashew Cluster. Give that thing a whirl. 2 pounds, $10.99. Be careful though, because you're supposed to eat like 4 of them, and you'll just get like a big old bear paw, and next thing you know, you've eaten like 20. Those things are freaking delicious. And they have a brand new one. They have a new snack mix, and it's a sweet heat snack mix. The lady brought it home the other day.
Like a pub mix?
Like a pub mix.
Oh.
It's a sweet heat pub mix, and I'm the same thing. Like, I went through the bag in like 3 days. So freaking good.
So up at the very top of the list, number one with the most 5-star reviews at 91.9% 5-star reviews, Utah truffles, dark chocolate truffles with sea salt. That is the number one snack item.
I'm out. I got no time for that BS.
It looks like it's I mean, the top of the list is sweet stuff. Then you go Godiva dark chocolate ganache hearts. Then you've got a little, I guess a snack pack you'd call it. It's the Nutella and Go hazelnut and cocoa spread with breadsticks.
Okay.
A little dipper guy.
Yeah, I see that.
Then you get the pecan. You get a peanut butter chocolate coconut bar. The thing is, I feel like most of these are breakfasts and sweets, and I'm like you. I go for more of the salty, like nut mixes, jerkies, things like that. I just picked up a pack of Tajin seasoned jerky at Costco. I think it was made by Old Trapper, but that stuff was fantastic.
Shout out again, Old Trapper, Oli, my guy. You make a fine jerky. Also, if you're at Costco and you're deciding to venture away from the Old Trapper, I gotta find it here. It's a pork jerky, and it's like an Asian pork jerky.
Oh, is that the it's like a Korean barbecue one kind of?
Yeah, it's right here. Golden Island Korean barbecue pork jerky.
I've seen that stuff.
Buckle up.
I haven't bought it. It's worth it, yeah?
Oh my gosh.
It's worth a test.
Yeah, if you want something a little different, get it. It comes like in the 2-pack. Golden Island Korean barbecue pork jerky. So stinking good. But again, you'll eat way too much of it. And it's got a little, it's kind of sticky. It's like, it's wet.
I don't like wet
So
jerky.
it's not your, I'm telling you, normally I don't like it either. But next time you're at Costco, I'm telling you, give that thing a whirl. And by the way, you're welcome. I know my snacks.
Little bit of an upset in the cookie category. Their number one cookie, the Lotus Biscoff cookie.
Oh, yeah, those are good.
Those are good, but I just kind of associate them as being like very basic, like they hand them out on the airplane because they're kind of cheap and wafery.
Yeah.
That finished ahead of the Oreo and the Nutter Butter.
I'm going to make